President Ross. We are ready to start when you are.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The governing board retreat is called to order. Will the secretary please note that all board members are present with the exception of Senator Austin, I believe. Is that correct? Do we have member
And Board Member Parra.
and board member Parra? Please know that today's meeting is being live streamed. The first item is 2A, revisit board priorities and develop goals. Ms. Andrade.
Good morning, President Ross and members of the board. I thought we'd start this morning off just with a quick pause and reflection on the week we've had in Phoenix Union. It is with a very heavy heart that we learned of the passing of Christopher Hampton, our Chavez sophomore. It's been a very, very heavy and sad week across Phoenix Union, across our entire community, but especially at Cesar Chavez. We have been in constant contact with the family and are doing everything we can to support and wrap around their grief and help them through this process. We've had parent meeting, connected with our students, and continue to provide those resources to our students, as well as our coaches and our staff impacted by this tragedy. And I just wanted to say that we will get through this together, but as we all grieve the loss of someone far too young, extremely, extremely tough to have happened while with Phoenix Union. And it's always hard to lose a student, but this one is especially difficult. And so I didn't want to start the meeting without just giving a moment of pause for Christopher, family, and the community. So I was reminded recently of some statements that I made during my interview around our strategic plan and just how enormous it is with our 10 really strong commitments to our community, from everything from a guaranteed viable curriculum to quality seats to connectedness, leadership. I could go on and on. I'm not going to name all 10. And really unpacking the work behind each of those commitments for how our team moves the district forward. In an effort, though, to really tighten up that focus and our efforts and our resources in an aligned and coherent fashion, today's agenda, I think, will assist us in moving forward in that quest. I think the development of clear, measurable goals, and then, of course, unpacking the processes that we commit to accomplishing those goals is what we really need to gain momentum as a team. So we have invited expert facilitator to lead us through this process from the Council of Great City Schools, Mr. A.J. Crable. He is a skilled, experienced leader with just incredible resume. If you haven't had time to look him up, please do. You will be fascinated with his expertise. I don't know how he got all that in. He looks way too young. But he is especially skilled, I think, in providing that board support, and especially around large urban systems. I think he's about just as passionate as this board is about students' well-being and achievement. So please join me in welcoming Mr. A.J. Crable.
Welcome.
Good morning. All right, to get our time together started, you're going to need something to write on and something to write with. And by the way, the rules of the day are fairly simple. If you were here at the table, you were part of the conversation and expect to be cold called. If you do not want to be part of the conversation, my encouragement is find someplace else to sit. But if you're at the table, to me, that means you are ready to be part of the conversation. So everybody who's ready to be part of the conversation, you'll want something to write on and something to write with. Yes, that means attorneys as well. If you're at the table, you're at the table. All right, so we'll start our time together with a quiz. Quiz item number 1. You want to take a moment and think through this for a little bit before you write anything. What I want you to do is reflect on, why does this school system exist? What is the purpose? What is the reason that is around? Don't write anything yet, but as you reflect on why does this school system exist? What is the result? What is the outcome that it exists to cause? What I want you to do for question number 1, in 10 words or less, why does our school system exist? In 10 words or less, why does our school system exist? This is question number 1. What is the purpose this institution serves? What is the ultimate result, the outcome that it exists to create? What is the reason for which our school system exists? In 10 words or less. This is question number 1. I always enjoy seeing people count. In 10 words or less, why do school systems exist? Question number 2, you're going to want to think of a range from 0 to 10. You're going to think of a range from 0 to 10, where 0 means not at all focused, and 10 means completely focused. 0 means we spent no time, 0% of our energy was applied to. 10 means we're obsessively focused. We ignored everything else because we were so focused on this. 100% of our time is dedicated. Somewhere from 0, no focus at all, to 10, absolute focus. So, on a scale of 0 to 10, how focused is the school board on the reason for which school systems exist? On a scale of 0 to 10, how focused is the school board on the reason for which school systems exist? On a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being not at all focused, 10 being absolutely, completely, 100% focused. How focused is the school board on the reason for which school systems exist? Question number 3. Same scale, 0 to 10. Question number 3. How focused am I on the reason for which school systems exist? Somewhere from 0 to 10, 0 being not at all focused, 10 being completely focused. How focused am I on the reason for which school systems exist? Question number 4. Write down the priorities that the board has adopted. Question number 4. Write down the priorities that are currently in effect that the board has adopted. Question number 4 is write down the priorities that the board has adopted. That's question number 4. And then finally, question number 5. Think of all of the different behaviors. So before you write anything down, you want to take a moment and think through what are all of the different behaviors that a school board engages in, all the different things that a school board as a body does. What are all the different behaviors of a school board? And as you think of all the different behaviors of a school board, consider that some of those behaviors are more aligned to the reason that school systems exist, and some of those behaviors are less aligned to the reason for which school systems exist. So, for example, the board was served breakfast this morning, so the board ate breakfast. That's a behavior of the board. Is that more aligned or less aligned than other things that the board does? You know, the board checks email, from parents. Is that more aligned or less aligned than eating breakfast? And so you want to think of all the different behaviors that the board engages in. And once you've thought through all these different behaviors, question number 5 is this. Of all of the behaviors that the board engages in, what are the 3 behaviors that are most aligned with the reason for which school systems exist? Of all the different behaviors that the board can engage in, all the different things that a board does, of all the different behaviors that a board is engaged in, which 3 board behaviors are most aligned with accomplishing the reason for which school systems exist? Which 3 behaviors of the board are most aligned with the reason for which school systems exist? If you had to think of all the different things that a board does, all the different behaviors that the board engages in, which of them, when the board behaves this way, is most creating the conditions for accomplishing the reason for which the school systems exist? Which 3 behaviors are most aligned with the reason for which school systems exist? All right, I know some folks are still finishing up, but let's get the party started. Question number 1, in 10 words or less. Why do school systems exist? Why does our school system exist? Who will be the first to share?
I don't mind going.
Go ahead, Nikita.
I put to prepare students for life after high school, if that's education, if that's college or career or the workforce. So to prepare them for life after high school is why we exist, is what I said.
To prepare students for life after high school, whether it's college, career, wherever, why is that important to you?
Because in my mind, that's why we're there. We want to educate their little minds and give them the tools to think critically, to make sure that we are, I don't remember the proper terminology, but their parent and their active parent while they're away from their parents. And so I think we're responsible for making sure that's what parents do. They make sure that their babies are ready for the world. And it's important to me as a governing board member that we fill that role of the proper, whatever the parent, the word is, to prepare them. So that's why it's important to me. I feel like that's why we're here.
Excellent. And thank you. I always appreciate my folks who go first, so thank you for that. Who will be the next to share? Everybody gets to go, so who will be the next to share? Why do school systems exist? Yeah.
Super similar to Nikita, in 10 words or less, to educate all of our students to succeed in life.
Educate all of our students to succeed in life. Why is that important to you?
Because I think whether they go to college or directly into the workforce, we should make sure that all students, not just some of our students, have the opportunities and the agency to choose whatever path makes them successful, however they define success.
Should have the opportunity and the agency to choose whatever path for them feels like success. Got it. Who else? Who else? Why do school systems exist? Yeah.
I put down some similar stuff to protect students, to teach, educate, and to follow and create youth leadership.
Teach, educate, and to follow and create youth leadership. Why is that important to you?
It's important to me because that is where I would want our schools to be. That's what I believe our schools should be doing, is creating leaders in the world. And the more leadership we build, the more, young advocates we are building, and people who are fighting for themselves and, can stand up for themselves in careers, in college, wherever they go after high school.
Thank you. Who else? Everybody gets a turn. Yeah.
Building, strengthening our communities, same thing, through educating our children, our future.
Building
Building and strengthening.
our community through educating our children.
Yeah,
Why is that important to you?
because just for the reason that they are our future, and because, as humans, we're communal. The better we train the children, our future, the more that we will be successful together.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Welcome. Can you? Do you have something to write on and something to write with?
Yes.
All right, so we're taking a quiz. Let me run you through the questions right quick. Question
I heard, why do school systems exist, yeah?
in 10 words or less. So go ahead and do that one. Question number 2 is imagine a range from 0 to 10, 0 being not at all focused, 10 being completely focused. Question is, how focused is the board on the reason for which school systems exist? Question number 3, same scale, 0 to 10, 0 being not at all focused, 10 being completely focused. How focused am I on the reason for which school systems exist? Question number 4, write down the currently adopted board priorities. And then question number 5, what are the 3 behaviors of the school board that are most aligned with accomplishing the reason for which the school system exists? Of all the things that the board does, of all the different board behaviors, which 3 are most aligned with accomplishing the reason for which the school system exists? All right, and so we'll come back to you a little bit, give you time to get caught up on question number 1. Who will be the next to share? 10 words or less, why do school systems exist? Yeah.
The lawyer. Mine is to ensure that all, and I've underlined all, students have access to quality education.
To ensure that all students have access to quality education. Why is that important?
Because I worry about inequity of students, and for me, it is to make sure that the most vulnerable students are the students that may have otherwise not have access to education, that there is that safeguard, that they have the same opportunities as other students.
Gotcha, thank you. Who else?
I can go next. Provide all students education, skills, and preparation for life success.
Provide all students with education, skills, and preparation for life success. Why is that important to you?
Because, I think about how many kids graduate with no skills or not the proper education to be successful, and I believe everyone, again, contributes to our community. So we have a moral, ethical obligation as a free society to provide that to all of our students so they can contribute as citizens.
So they can contribute as citizens, yeah. Who else?
So I'm going to say something similar to what's already being said. Our mission statement happens to be in Phoenix Union to prepare every student for success in college, career, and life. And that encompasses pretty much everything that they will need to, in order to survive out in the world, either as just human beings, as professionals, and ultimately they will lead the world. So
Got it. Thank you. 10 words or less. Why do school systems exist? Who else? Yeah.
I wrote to educate children so they can be prepared for society after graduation.
To educate children so they can be prepared for society after graduation. Why is that important to you?
It's important to me because I feel like we are born into this world equal, and then there's varying factors that make inequities. And to me, education has always been that one thing where we can actually strive for equity for people, generally speaking.
Gotcha. Thank you. Who else? Everybody gets to go. 10 words or less. Why do school systems exist? Who haven't we heard from yet? Yeah, go for it.
I wrote to provide an equitable education to all children,
To provide an equitable education for all children. Why is that important?
because I believe that everybody deserves or has the right to a quality education.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Who do we have left?
I'm trying to get under 10 words,
Uh,
but I can go.
Go for it.
School systems exist to ensure that all students have access to opportunity and justice in our schools.
To ensure that all students have access to opportunity and justice in our schools. Why is that important to you?
Similarly to what was said, I firmly believe in making sure that we have an equitable education system, that every kid has access to opportunity. And I think that as the governing body, it's our responsibility to provide that oversight.
Thank you. Yeah.
So the optimist in me that I heard everyone else say is to educate, prepare all students for life after high school, basically. The pessimist, the realist, is to condition. And I think
Which do you believe is the reason it exists?
the first one, but the second one is really close because as a board member, we're creating policy. And I want to make sure that we're creating policy that doesn't feed into this idea of conditioning students. We need to be able to write policy, make sure policy is implemented that serves what Board Member Parra says, justice in the school system. So while I really want to wear my optimist hat, close behind, it's the watchdog trying to make sure that we are making policy and making school systems that really serve our students, not just academically, but the person.
Well, you're getting slightly ahead of me. You bridged from talking about why school systems exist to why the school board might exist. Don't worry, we'll come back to that one. But for right now, we're focused on why does the school system exist? So as you were listening to everyone around the table, what'd you notice? What'd you notice as you were listening to everyone's responses? Yeah.
Alignment.
Alignment, what do you mean by alignment?
Alignment in we all have the best intentions for our students. We want to make sure that they're in our school system learning, but at the same time, we're preparing them for life after high school to be a person in the world, to be successful and to be happy.
Yeah,
And
I heard
think,
that message over and over, yeah. Well, anyone else? What'd you notice as you were listening to all your colleagues share why school systems exist? What'd you notice?
So what board member said already, I also noticed alignment, same keywords, right? Opportunity, access, equity, justice, success, life, college, career. Those pretty much were all the same. This was the same message across the board.
Anyone else? What'd you notice?
And it wasn't explicit, but I think part of when I talk about making sure that students have access to opportunity and justice, it's really centered on making sure that we're providing a quality education. I think that if I can, just share from what I've heard from colleagues on the board, like we want to focus on achievement as well.
Yeah, I picked
And
up
that should be at the core.
I picked up that message as well, yeah. School systems exist for one reason and one reason only. The only reason school systems exist is to improve student outcomes, to cause improvements in what children know and are able to do. And we have a bunch of reasons for wanting that, particularly because we want to see them have opportunity after their time with us. We want them to be able to live choice-filled lives and have a sense of agency. We want them to experience justice and be able to be leaders of it in the world around them. But our access to that, the reason school systems exist, is to improve student outcomes, to cause improvements in what students know and to cause improvements in what students are able to do. And if students leave our school system and they have not grown in what they know and what they're able to do, such that they can live choice-filled lives, then we have failed. And it's important to name that, to be clear about that. It's important not to tiptoe around that. It's important not to be in a state of pretending around that. That if what children know and are able to do is not setting them up for a choice-filled future where they have a sense of agency, a sense of opportunity and empowerment to go out and live lives that can be a contribution to themselves, their families, their communities, then the school system has failed. If we do everything else flawlessly, but that doesn't occur, we haven't caused improvements in what students know and are able to do for themselves, not relying on us, for themselves, so that they get to have the choice of their future. If we haven't caused that, then the school system has failed. This is the only reason for which the school system exists, is to improve student outcomes, to cause improvements in what students know and what students are able to do. This is why school systems exist. Now, I was in Boston earlier this week, so I come to you from East Coast time. So I've been up for quite a while. And I got so busy working this morning that I didn't actually stop to eat breakfast before I came over here. And so I'm actually a little bit hungry. If I'm hungry, what is the outcome that I want? If I'm hungry, what's the outcome that I want? I want to eat. I want to be fed. If I'm hungry, what's the outcome that I want?
To feel full, to stop being hungry.
To feel full, to be fed, to stop feeling hungry, to feel satisfied, to be nourished. If I'm hungry, the outcome I want is to feel full. Why is having food not the outcome that I want? It's a means, but it's not actually the outcome that I want. It's an input that you might use to try to accomplish the outcome, but it's not the actual outcome. If I'm hungry, why is having food not the outcome that I want? There being food on the table is not magically causing me to feel full. Yeah, absolutely. If I'm hungry, having food is not the outcome that I want. All right, if I'm hungry, why is having my favorite food not the outcome that I want?
And just as a reminder, President and Member Para can't hear you if your mic is not on, so they're not listening to all the answers.
If I'm hungry, why isn't having my favorite food the outcome that I want?
I think you can have all the best food in the world, but until you ingest it, you're not going to get your outcome.
Doesn't matter if it's my favorite food or not. If it's sitting on the plate, that's not magically causing me to feel full. All right, if I'm hungry, why is being at my favorite restaurant not the outcome that I want?
You can be at the restaurant, but if you ain't eating, you're not gonna get full.
Yeah, if I didn't bring no money, they ain't giving me no food. I'm not going to get full.
You can hang out outside all you
Here,
want.
let me just soak up some of the scent of this food. Man, these green chilies smell fabulous. That is not going to cause me to feel full. Yeah, simply being in my favorite restaurant is not going to cause me to feel full. That is not the outcome that I want. All right? Why is taking a few bites of my favorite food not the outcome that I want?
You're still hungry.
Say what?
You're still hungry. It doesn't achieve the outcome of making you not hungry.
Simply taking a few bites doesn't necessarily mean that I'm full. Like, okay, great, I've had a few bites. I don't know if y'all notice, I'm a big boy. I'm gonna need more than a few bites to get this job done. If the intention is for me to feel full, a few bites isn't gonna cut it. Why is eating a few bites of my favorite food not the outcome that I want?
Your outcome is to be full, and a few bites it's not going to achieve that.
Yeah, certainly not gonna be the quantity necessary. If I have money to buy my ideal meal, why is that having money to buy the ideal meal not the outcome that I want?
You could have money, but you might not have access to your ideal meal.
Yeah, just because I have money, if it's 3 o'clock in the morning, the restaurant's closed, the grocery
Right.
store's closed, having the money is not causing me to feel full.
Right.
The thing that you have to be able to distinguish between are the inputs. These are all the resources and strategies that we deploy to try to accomplish the outcomes. But you have to be able to distinguish between the inputs and the outcomes, the results measurable at the end of the cycle. The inputs are the resources and strategies knowable at the beginning of the cycle. The outcomes are the results that we can measure at the end of the cycle. There's a difference between inputs and outcomes. Why is it absolutely essential that a school board can tell the difference between inputs and outcomes? School board members,
Because
talk to
if
me.
you spend too much time,
Yeah, go
can you
for
hear
it.
me? If you spend too much time on the inputs, you lose sight of the outcomes.
Quick check-in. Why do school systems exist?
To improve outcomes.
Yeah, the school system exists to improve the outcomes for our students, to cause improvements in what they know we're able to do. And the statement you just made is spot on. The board that focuses all of its time on inputs to the exclusion of taking time to focus on the outcomes is a board that is setting its students up to fail. The board that focuses all of its time on inputs to the exclusion of focusing of its time on the outcomes is a board that sets its students up to fail. Why is it essential, board members, I need you to talk to me. Why is it absolutely essential that school boards can distinguish between inputs and outcomes? Why is this so important?
I think part of it is measuring if your outcomes are achieving your goals and if the inputs are working. So maybe
Yeah, if I'm not looking at the outcomes, I have no idea of whether or not we're achieving the reason why for which we exist, and I have no way of knowing are the inputs actually working. If my strategy for feeling full is I'm going to make a peanut butter jelly sandwich, if I know how organic the peanut butter is, does that tell me whether or not I feel full?
Not at all.
If I know that this is whole grain, GMO-free bread, does that now tell me whether or not I feel full?
No.
What can I know about the inputs that tells me what the outcomes will be? What about the inputs? What could I possibly know about the inputs that would tell me what the outcomes will be?
Are we still using the peanut butter and jelly example?
Sure. What could I possibly know about the inputs to a peanut butter jelly sandwich that will tell me whether or not I now feel full?
The results of the input, being able to measure the results of the input toward the outcomes.
Make it specific to this peanut butter jelly. What about the inputs of a peanut butter jelly sandwich will tell me whether or not I feel full?
How big it is.
So if I know how big the sandwich is, that tells me whether or not I feel full.
Microphone, please. I couldn't hear that. I'm sorry.
So if I know how big the sandwich is going to be, that tells me whether or not I now feel full? No, it does not. What could you possibly know about the inputs that will tell you what the outcomes will be?
Whether you ate the sandwich?
Yeah.
All right, so if I know whether or not I eat the sandwich, that tells me whether or not I'll feel full? No, absolutely not. Yeah.
How many sandwiches you've ate before to get you full?
How many sandwiches I've already eaten before? No. Like if they're tiny, tiny sandwiches, I could have eaten 20 of them. I'm still going to be hungry. Here's what you need to be clear about. The reason that you're scrambling and reaching is because there is no information about the inputs that will ever tell you what the outcomes are going to be. There's no, if I know that there are 3 huge peanut butter jelly sandwiches over there, that does not tell me whether or not I'm going to feel full. Because maybe I'm allergic to peanuts. Yeah. What you need to be clear about is there's no information. You could know all things about all inputs, and it will never tell you what the outcomes will be. There is a difference between inputs. These are these are the strategies, these are the resources knowable at the beginning of the cycle, And then the outcomes, those are the results that we can measure at the end of the cycle. But there is no information about the inputs that will tell you what the outcomes will be. Why is it absolutely essential, as you reflect on that, why is it absolutely essential that a board can distinguish between things that are inputs and things that are outcomes? Why is this so important?
Because when you get caught up in the weeds of the inputs, you're never checking on the outcomes. Therefore, we can run an entire academic year and have never talked about achievement at a board meeting.
Hey folks, you know, we have got the best organic strawberry jelly. So mission accomplished, we're done here. All the children are full. That sounds ridiculous to say, but that's exactly what you just described, is we could be so focused on glorifying the inputs that we never check up on, did we actually get the outcomes that we wanted? And so we can have all the best peanut butter jelly materials on the planet. We can pat ourselves on the back about how great these sandwiches gonna be. And meanwhile, our children academically are starving, and we don't know that because we never checked on that. We don't know it because we didn't check it. You have to be able to distinguish between the inputs and the outcomes. The inputs are the resources and strategies knowable at the beginning of the cycle. The outcomes are the measures of the results knowable at the end of the cycle. Now, there's a third component of this, because there's what happens at the beginning of the cycle. Those are the resources and strategies applied at the beginning. And there's the measure of the results at the end of the cycle. But then there's all this data in the middle. There's all these measures of what's happening in the school system throughout the year. These measures of what's happening in the midst of the cycle we refer to as outputs. So you have inputs. When are those knowable? When are the inputs knowable?
Any courses in the beginning.
At the beginning of the cycle. You've got the outcomes. When are those knowable? Yeah, at the end of the cycle. And then you have the outputs, and those are knowable when? Yeah, in the middle, in the midst of the cycle, throughout the cycle. You've got inputs. Those are the resources and strategies applied. The outputs, those are measures of what's going on in the middle. And the outcomes, those are the measures of the results knowable at the end. Let's bring this into school systems. What are examples of inputs in a school system? What are examples of inputs in a school system?
Funding?
Funding, yes. Your budget is an input. Before the students ever arrive at school on the first day, you've already got a budget and you've already set, and this is literally a document that describes here's our intended way of deploying resources throughout the school year. What are other examples of inputs in a school system? Other inputs that the school system controls? There's a lot of them, folks.
Teaching and learning framework?
Yeah, so ideally we have some type of teaching and learning framework, and that has been established before school starts. We're preferably not waiting till after school starts. Curriculum in our instructional materials, ideally, we've identified those before school starts. These are inputs, so the resources, the textbooks, all of those are inputs in the school system. What are other inputs in the school system? The resources and strategies that are knowable at the beginning of the cycle.
Personnel.
Personnel, your single most important input in a school system is the quality of instruction that students are experiencing. And the largest variable in that is the effectiveness of your instructional staff. If your instructional staff is set up to be highly effective, then even if you get every other input wrong, your children still got a pretty good chance. If you get every other input right and you fail at really setting teachers up to be effective, your children are going to suffer. It's the single most important input that a school system has authority over. What are other inputs in a school system? What are other inputs?
The time allocated to learning?
The exact amount of your plan for how you're going to use your time, your master schedule, things of that nature. What are other inputs in a school system?
Tools and resources that the students have available to them.
Pencils, pens,
Laptops.
I don't know, we use an abacus around here. What are we doing?
Ooh. You went far back, didn't you? Wow.
Laptops, books, buildings, all of that.
Buildings.
Yeah, your facilities, buses, all of these are the inputs. These are the resources, the strategies knowable at the beginning of the cycle. All right, what are some examples of outputs in a school system? What are examples of outputs in a school system? These measures of what's going on that are knowable in the midst of the cycle. What are examples of outputs in a school system?
The number of students on track at the end of like semester one for
Yeah.
passing grades.
We could look at the end of each quarter, end of each semester, get a sense of students who are on track. We could look at the benchmark data. Those are
Benchmark.
those are outputs. There's data available in the midst of the cycle. What are other examples of outputs in a school system?
Attendance.
Attendance is the output.
Graduation rates.
Graduation could be, depending on the how you define your cycle, how you define the endpoint. Other examples of outputs in a school system.
If you follow the students into their lives, their ability to take care of themselves, their families, their communities. If they had, whether they went to college or whether they went into a trade.
So is that knowable in the midst of the cycle or the end of the cycle?
In.
Okay, we're talking about outputs.
Oh,
Outputs, what are the measures that are knowable in the midst of the cycle?
okay.
What are outputs in a school system? Talk to me. Talk to me. By the way, it's going to be like this all day, folks. So I'm going to ask questions, and I'm going to look at y'all awkwardly waiting. I got plenty
I
of
would
wait time
say,
over here.
Did we say attendance?
Attendance is an output. You measure that attendance all throughout the cycle. Other outputs in the school system.
I would say student engagement. There's been data showing that if students are actively engaged in clubs or sports or blah, blah things, we can measure that in the middle. We don't have to wait until the end of the school year.
Absolutely.
To measure.
There are a variety of ways to measure student engagement throughout the year. Absolutely. And so all those measures throughout the year, in the midst of the year, not at the end, those ones that happen in the midst of the year, to your point, absolutely be examples of outputs. Yeah. Other examples of outputs in the school system.
Retention, students, staff, faculty.
So those knowable in the midst of the school year or knowable at the end of the school year?
You know them at the end of the school year.
All right, so we're still on outputs. So the measures knowable in the midst of the school year. So hold on to that. We'll come back to that one. Other measures knowable in the midst of the school year. Other outputs in the school system.
I would say culture, climate checks, or feedback from students and staff throughout the year on how they're feeling, how they're doing.
Yeah, so if we're doing some type of surveying throughout the year, we might get feedback on kind of how's our culture and climate working out in the midst of the cycle. We don't have to wait till the end of the cycle to ask. Yeah.
I would also say similar to that, like feedback from parents on how the school's supporting their students.
Yeah, you could get parent, student, and faculty feedback throughout the year. You don't have to wait till the end. You could, in the midst of the school year, you could solicit that feedback, and that would be output data. All right, so those are outputs in the school system. Now let's jump to the end. What are measures of results knowable at the end of the cycle? What are measures of results knowable at the end of the cycle?
Proficiency and growth rates.
So we could look at proficiency rates and growth rates at the
Graduation rates.
At the end of the cycle. If our cycle ends with graduation, then graduation rates would absolutely be our outcome, could be an outcome metric. What are other examples of measures of the results at the end of the cycle that a school system creates? What are other outcome measures? You had mentioned earlier?
Your retention.
Yeah, when you say retention, retention of whom?
Students, staff, faculty.
And so both student retention, which you mean, do the students come back or are students held for a grade?
When I always think of retention, I think, are they still in attendance?
All right, so
Dropout.
we could measure, what percent of our students at the end of the year do we have already, enrolled and made plans to come back to us in the fall, and that could be our retention rate. But then we could also look at teacher retention, figure out what percentage of our teachers, who were with us in the spring have already made plans to come back to us in the fall. And I'd say, yeah, absolutely. If we look at those at the end of the school year, I'd absolutely describe those as outcome measures. Those are measures of results at the end of the cycle. Yeah, other examples of outcomes that a school system creates.
I would say
I-
CTE completers, industry recognized certifications.
Industry certification, CT completions, yeah, absolutely. Could be examples of outcomes knowable at the end of the cycle. Yeah, what were you going to say?
So somewhere in here, I'm thinking about student enrollment, and I think that would have been an input that we maybe didn't capture, but just like our enrollment numbers,
Yeah.
where
so-
we are with enrollment.
Yeah, I can say as an input, absolutely. That before school even starts, that we use that number to help us make decisions about how we're going to deploy the inputs we've got. Yeah, that makes sense to me as an input. So we've got inputs, we've got outputs, and we've got outcomes. All right, what I want you to do is grab a clean sheet of paper. You're probably going to want to turn it to the side like this, so it's landscape rather than up and down. I want you to draw 3 columns. Feel free to take up the whole page. You're going to need it. I want you to draw 3 columns on this piece of paper. Anyone guess what these 3 columns are going to be labeled? Hey, don't get anything past your attorney today, folks. Inputs, outputs, and outcomes. So draw 3 columns and label those columns inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Column for inputs, column for outputs, column for outcomes. When was your last regular board meeting? June 1st? All right, folks, you remember this meeting that happened on June 1st? Y'all recall this? You were here for this? All right. All right. How long did it
Was
last?
that the midnight meeting?
Man, it's got a name.
That was the
That's
midnight.
always ominous.
I think it lasted over 6 hours. I was not in attendance, luckily, but
Wisdom.
but it was more than 6 hours.
All right, excellent. So here's what there is to do. Given that you've got a lot of time to work with, so you spent 360 minutes hanging out together. What I want you to do is I want you to think of how you used those 6 hours. And as you think about those 6 hours, I want you to think of what percentage of those 6 hours were focused on inputs, what percentage of those 6 hours were focused on outputs, what percentage of those 6 hours were focused on outcomes. And then you'll write down that percentage in your 3 columns. What percentage of that meeting was focused on inputs, what percentage was outputs, what percentage was outcomes. And those 3 numbers together, by the way, should equal 100. Go ahead and write down, how did the board invest its minutes during the June 1st meeting? What percentage of the time was inputs? What percentage of the time was outputs? What percentage of the time was outcomes? Go ahead and write them down. No, don't work with a friend. They don't. I wasn't there, I phoned a friend. That's right, you were not present. Must be present to win. You already got your 3? All right, go ahead, sort them out. Go ahead and write it down. Inputs, outputs, and outcomes. What percentage of the meeting was focused on inputs? What percentage of the meeting was focused on outputs? What percentage of the meeting was focused on outcomes? All right, we'll start on Zoom and ask a percentage from you, and then we'll start at the far end of the table, and then we'll just work our way around. And the percentage that I'm listening for is the percentage you wrote down for outcomes. What percentage of the time at that meeting was focused on outcomes? Not the inputs, those are the resource strategies knowable at the beginning of the cycle. The inputs describe what do we say we're going to do, not the outputs. Outputs are the measures knowable in the midst of the cycle. Measures describe what are we in the process of doing. Outcomes are knowable at the end, results knowable at the end of the cycle. These are measures of what did we accomplish. What percent of the time was focused on outcomes during this board meeting? So we'll start on Zoom, and then we'll start at the end of the table. We'll just go around the table. All right. What percent did you put down for outcomes?
I put 0.
0%. All right. What'd you got?
0%.
0%. What you got? 40. Okay.
40.
10?
10. Outcomes. 0.
I put 5%.
5.
10.
10. 5.
I did listen to 2 hours of the meeting, and I put 0.
For that.
1%.
1. All right, we got a big spender with 40%. What was something that you talked about during that meeting that for you was a focus on the results knowable at the end of the cycle? What for you is time spent on outcomes?
Well, I tried to quantify.
Your mic's not on.
I thought about quantifying the time we spent in the meeting, and I included the community engagement portion of the meeting, which was probably the majority of the meeting was public comment. And I think about 40% of the public comment was focused on the outcomes of what do we envision from the community for school safety as an outcome.
So were they talking about the outcomes that have been produced, or are they talking about the outcomes that they want to see?
The outcomes they want to see.
Is that an input, an output, or an outcome?
I would say it's an input.
It's definitely an input.
From the process of community engagement, but I think it helps us as.
No, I'm not arguing that, but it clearly meets the definition of an input. That this is not descriptive of what we're currently doing. It is definitely not descriptive of what we've done. It's descriptive of what we would like to see happen. That is the first piece of evidence that you should rely on to tell you this is an input. This is not an output. This is not outcome.
I see. Okay.
It's descriptive of
not the outcome we want, but the vision.
If you know, if people tell you, here's the results that we want, does that tell you the results that you now have?
No.
No, it does not. You have to be able to distinguish between inputs and outcomes. If we know everything about what people want, that tells us nothing about what we're currently doing. It could be that we're already doing that, they just don't know about it. Or it could be that we're not doing it, and that's why they're upset about it. But either way, we can know everything there is about what people say they want, but that's at the beginning of the cycle. That's not at the end of the cycle of what did we actually produce. That time sounds like solid gold input. So if you were to recalibrate your answer based on that feedback, what percentage would you put down as focused on outcomes of that meeting?
Probably closer to 5 or 10%.
All right, 5 to 10%. Got it. All right. That's the first phase of this. But we didn't actually say that school systems exist to create outcomes. We said school systems exist for what reason? Student outcomes. This tells us that there are 2 different types of outcomes.
Yep.
Student outcomes and adult outcomes. What's an example of an outcome that the school system creates that is not a student outcome? What's an example of an adult outcome? What's an example of an outcome the school system creates that is not a student outcome?
Teacher pay.
Teacher well-being and satisfaction.
All right, so we got teacher compensation. So at the end of the year, we could look at how much did we pay our teachers over the course of the year. What was our total compensation for our teachers at the end of the year? That's something that is measurable, knowable at the end of the year, at the end of the cycle. And you're saying that would be an adult outcome, not a student outcome. All right, got it. But hold on now. If we aren't compensating our teachers, then it makes it more likely our teacher will be distracted or simply not show up, which will make it harder for our students to learn. So wouldn't teacher compensation be a student outcome instead of an adult outcome?
I see teacher pay as like a student input. Like if you pay your teachers what they deserve and they're happy to come to work, it's an input to get to student outcomes. But I think us saying, you know, we're the highest paying school district in the state of Arizona is a nice outcome for us to say to attract more teachers to come work in Phoenix Union.
Yeah, this is definitely not a student outcome, and it's not a student outcome because it doesn't tell us what. It does not give us any information. If we know everything about teacher compensation, it doesn't tell us anything about what students know or are able to do, and that's your evidence, you nailed it, of why that's not a student outcome, why it's clearly an adult outcome. It tells us what adults did, what adults know, what adults are able to do, but it doesn't say anything about what students know. If we know everything about teacher compensation, does that tell us whether or not little AJ can read? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. All right, who will give the next example? What's an example of a outcome the school system creates that is not a student outcome? What's another example of an adult outcome? An outcome the school system creates that is not a student outcome?
This question is hard for me.
By design.
Okay.
And we create and adopt a budget that doesn't necessarily guarantee any student outcomes.
So you could look at the end of the year to figure out how did we perform relative to our budget. We could figure out, were we balanced? Did we do the things that we intended to do with our budget? Did revenues exceed expenditures? So we could have a sense of our performance relative to our budget at the end of the cycle. And you're saying that would be an adult outcome, not a student outcome?
School district outcome.
Well, it's either adult outcome or student outcome. So is how we performed on our budget, is that an adult outcome or a student outcome?
Adult.
So now hold up though, if we didn't spend the money well, then we make it harder for students to access learning resources. If students have a harder time accessing learning resources, it'd be harder for them to learn. So wouldn't that make our budget performance a student outcome?
Both.
Absolutely not both. Why is it not a student outcome?
Because we still don't know if little AJ can read.
Because it's still, unless 8th grade AJ is a CFO, then our performance on the budget tells us nothing about whether or not he can do math. This is your first piece of evidence that performance on the budget is not a student outcome, it's an adult outcome. It is not a measure of what students know or are able to do. Are we saying that the budget is unimportant? No, we're just saying that what?
It's not a student outcome.
It's just
It
saying it's not
doesn't tell us about our.
Yeah, it just doesn't tell us what students know are able to do. Are we saying that teacher compensation is unimportant?
No.
No, absolutely not. But what are we saying? It's not what? It's just not a measure of student outcomes. And why? Just check it in one more time. Why do school systems exist?
To improve student outcomes.
This is the only reason that school systems exist, is to improve student outcomes. If you can't tell the difference between an adult outcome and a student outcome, then you could see all the adult outcomes that you like and be like, hey, we're good. And meanwhile, we may not have any insight into whether or not what little AJ has learned and is able to do is actually improved.
We focus a lot of time on adults, if we're real.
Let me modify the statement from earlier. The board that focuses its attention on adult inputs to the exclusion of a focus on student outcomes is the board that sets its students up to fail. The board that can tell you everything there is to know about adult inputs but can't tell you anything about the student outcomes is the board that has set its students up to fail. It's time to go back to your 3 columns. Now go to that 3rd column labeled outcomes and write a line down the middle of that, cutting it in half. And one side of that column is going to be labeled student outcomes, and one side will be labeled adult outcomes. And what you want to do is you want to think of the amount of time focused on outcomes during that meeting. What percentage was student outcomes and what percentage was adult outcomes? For that meeting in June. What percent of the time was student outcomes? What percent of the time was adult outcomes? So if you said that we spent 10% of our time on outcomes, the question is, what percent of that was student outcomes versus adult outcomes? Was it 50-50? Was it 70-30? Was it 20-80? Was it 40-60? What percent of the time? And so if we say that we spent 10% of the time on outcomes and half of that was student outcomes, then what percent of the time do we spend on student outcomes? Yeah, 5%. So that's what you want to do right quick, is you want to figure out what percent of the time that meeting was focused on student outcomes. What we'll do is we'll start this in the table, we'll work our way around, and then we'll grab the people on Zoom. So what percent of the time for the June 1st meeting was the board focused on student outcomes?
Can little AJ read if what we spent our time on June 1st, and 0% on student outcomes?
Got it. 0?
I said 0 too.
0?
2.
2%. What percent of the time on student outcomes? 2%. What percentage of the time did you have for student outcomes? 0? You had 5%? All right.
0.
0. On Zoom?
0.
0?
0.
0. Okay, our big baller this time was 5%. So you said we spent 5% of the time on June 1st on student outcomes. What was something that you discussed on June 1st that for you fit into that 5% focus on student outcomes?
I feel student safety is a student outcome. How safe students feel in their learning environment. So a lot of that meeting was set up to talk about how we get student input on how they feel safe.
All right, so if students feel safe at school, is that a student outcome or adult outcome? You want to think this through for a second, folks. The question.
May I ask the question?
Yeah.
Is that an outcome? Because
So if we measure, so let's stipulate to fit this in. If we measure at the end of the school year, we wait till the end of the cycle and then we do a survey, some type of measurement of how students felt about their safety throughout the school year, then we could say that is outcome data. That's data knowable at the end of the cycle. So now the question is, when we know that data, is that student outcome data or adult outcome data? So if we know how the extent to which students felt safe during the last school year, are we looking at student outcome data or adult outcome data?
if we're collecting the data from the students directly, I would say it's student outcomes, because they're telling us how safe they felt at the end of the school year, is my guess.
Anybody else?
I think part of that meeting that was student outcomes focused was, I think Claudio does this presentation on, monthly, on how often the school district engaged with the local police department. And I think in that meeting there was a roll-up of the entire year's interactions with the police department, and I think that's a measurable outcome of us trying to reduce.
Certainly. So is that a student outcome or adult outcome?
I think if it's a reduction, whether it's a positive outcome or negative outcome, I think it is a end of the year student outcome.
Who is it? No. You got to go back to what we're talking about. Student outcome is a measure of what?
Well, I think it was a measure of students' engagement.
No. Student outcomes are a measure of what?
A measure
Of what students know
and are able to do.
or are able to do. So if it is a student outcome, we're saying this is a measure at the end of the cycle of what students know or are able to do. What you just described, the district engaging with police, is that a measure of student outcomes or adult outcomes?
Adult outcomes.
That is clearly adult outcomes. Why is that clearly adult outcomes?
Well, I think it's adults, whether it's, teachers or principals, and then the police force that had to.
Yeah, it was the adults who were doing this stuff.
conduct
This was
the
a measure of
activity.
what were adults doing.
Yeah.
It was not a measure of what were students doing. So now let's come back to the question of student safety. If we measure at the end of the year the extent to which students say they felt safe during the previous year, are we measuring what adults did or are we measuring what students did? Are we measuring what adults know are able to do, or are we measuring what students know? Say what?
Will you say the question again, please?
If we measure at the end of the year the extent to which students say they felt safe during the previous school year, are we the activity that is being measured, was it adult activity that's generating safety that they experienced, or student activity that's generating safety they experienced? Let me ask it differently. Who do you hold accountable for creating the experience of safety in your schools?
Adults.
All right, so if we're measuring whether or not safety was experienced, is that adult outcome or a student outcome?
Adults.
Adults.
It is hardcore an adult outcome. Unless you're saying that 100% of our expectation around safety are grounded in what students are doing. If we don't hold adults at all accountable for safety, that is purely a student thing, then I'd say it's a student outcome. But that is not what you all are saying to me. Every piece of evidence that you all have given me so far tells me that you are expecting adults to create a safe environment for students, which means when we ask students, did you experience it, we're asking them their opinions about what adults knew or were able to do.
Got it. Thank you.
In that context, is student safety an adult outcome or a student outcome?
Adult outcome.
Yeah, it's an adult outcome. Are we saying that that means student safety is unimportant? No, but what are we saying?
We need to
Does
know
it
the
measure
difference between
student
adult
outcomes?
outcomes and student outcomes.
Yeah, we could know everything there is to know about how students feel about safety, but that doesn't tell us what. It doesn't tell us anything about what they know.
Whether or not our students are learning
It doesn't tell us anything about
or
that.
what they can do.
It doesn't tell us anything about that either. So we're not, just like the budget, just like teacher compensation, we're not saying it's unimportant. We are, however, saying it is not the reason school systems exist. It's necessary, just like budgets are necessary, teachers are necessary, teacher compensation is necessary, curriculum is necessary. But if we know everything there is to know about all those things, but we don't actually check on what students learned, then we are failing students. Student safety, students' perception of the safety that adults have created for them is not a student outcome, it's an adult outcome. What questions do you have about that? Questions about that? All right, so with that piece of feedback in mind, what adjustment does that make to your percentage? You had 5%. With that piece of feedback, what would be your percentage focused on student outcomes? Oh, you had the highest number.
I
So
can't.
I'll say 2.
Got it, 2%?
2.
Gotcha. Take a moment and think about the percentage that you have down for time in the board meeting focused on student outcomes. So whatever that percentage is, I think it's, for everybody, it's now somewhere between 0. I think you're still at the top with 2%. But I think everybody's somewhere between 0 and 2%, because I think yours was 2%. Yeah. Down to 1. Okay, then you're definitely down at the top. Take a moment and compare the percentage that you wrote down for the time focused on student outcomes and compare that with your answer to number 2. So look at your quiz and think of the answer that you put for number 2 and think of the percentage that you put down for the amount of time focused on student outcomes. What are you noticing as you compare those things? Make it an I statement. As you compare those two things, the percentage you put down for the focus on student outcomes and the number that you wrote, the 0 to 10 number that you wrote down as your answer to number 2 on the quiz, as you compare those two things, what are you noticing? Make it an I statement. I'm noticing that.
I'm noticing that mine are the same. They were both 0.
I'm noticing that mine are the same. They're both 0. That I put that we've got 0% focus on student outcomes, and I felt like the board is 0% focused on why the school system exists. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. What are you noticing? Make it an I statement. I'm noticing that. Oh yeah, question number 2 is, how focused is the board on the reason for which school systems exist? So as you're comparing those two numbers, how the 0 to 10, how focused do I say the board is on the reason school systems exist? And then the percentage of time during June 1st that was focused on student outcomes. As I compare those two numbers, what am I noticing? I'm noticing that, make it an I statement. I'm noticing that,
the time that I think that we're spending.
just an I statement.
I'm noticing that the time spent on what the board believes that they're doing compared to student
Oh,
outcomes.
hold on, this sounds like about the board. I'm not interested in the board. I'm interested in an I statement.
Okay. I'm noticing that the time, or the, what was number 2?
How focused is the board?
I'm noticing that the time I believe we're focusing on is not impacting.
Make it an I statement. You keep adding a we in there. I'm not interested in we, I'm not interested in
I'm
anybody
noticing
else.
that it's not impacting student outcome.
Whose actions?
The action of the board.
I'm not interested in the board. I'm interested in an I statement. All right, then think about that, and when you have an I statement, we'll come back. As you compare these two things, but give us an I statement. Yeah, what do you got?
I am noticing that I am not focusing on student outcomes as much as I thought we were,
Yeah,
or as much as I want us to,
yeah, I'm noticing that.
or as much as I should be. Because I went to we again, so I apologize about
Yeah,
that.
I'm noticing that I'm not focusing as much on student outcomes as much as I believe that I should be. Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate the I statement. As you compare those two things, what are you noticing? Make it an I statement.
I noticed that I misunderstood what student outcomes really were about.
Yeah, I noticed that I misunderstood what student outcomes are really about.
Very good.
I love that, man.
Yeah, I'm noticing that.
I am noticing that my numbers for question number 2 and my percentage on the outcomes are low, so therefore I am not surprised that they are the same.
Yeah, I'm noticing that they're both low, and it's not surprising. I'm noticing that. What are you noticing? Make it an I statement.
I'll say I notice.
Is your microphone on?
Can you hear me, Nikita?
Yes.
Everybody can hear me? I'm noticing how easy it is for me as a board member to get distracted between understanding outcomes, inputs, and outputs.
Yeah, I'm noticing how easy it is for me to get distracted.
Yes, Aaron, yes, good job.
And there's a backstory to that.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm noticing how easy it is for me to get distracted and be focused on inputs and think that I'm focused on outcomes. Yeah, absolutely. It's this powerful moment in the life of a leader to get crystal clear about what's going on in my leadership. Like in the moments when I'm clear about what's happening in my leadership, now I have agency about what to do next to be more in alignment with the things that I value. But the moments when I'm not clear about what's happening in my agency, then I have less ability to live out the values that I say that I value. Yeah. Who else? As you compare these two things, what are you noticing? Make it an I statement. As you look at the percentage of time that the board is focused on student outcomes at our meeting, and you look at the number that I wrote down for question number 2, how focused is the board on the reason for which school systems exist, what are you noticing? Make it an I statement. Anyone else?
I noticed that I gave more credit for focus than actual evidence of focus.
Yeah, you have more credit for focus than evidence of focus. Got it. Who else? Anyone else? What are you noticing? Yeah.
I noticed that what I thought were student outcomes are actually adult outcomes.
What I thought were student outcomes are actually adult outcomes. Yeah.
Can I add one more? I noticed that I confused question 2 and question 3, because I heard question 2 as what is the district doing to focus on question 1, and then
Oh,
question
yeah.
3 is what am I doing?
Yeah,
to,
no, question 2 is what is the board
Yeah.
doing to focus, and then question 3 is what am I doing to focus. Don't worry, we're going to come to question 3. We just ain't there yet. But you might already have some insights. But we'll come back to question 3. Yeah. Why are we having this conversation? So as you sum it all up, we started with a quiz. We talked about why do school systems exist. School systems exist to improve student outcomes. And then we talked about inputs, outputs, and outcomes, the difference between adult outcomes, student outcomes. Why are we having this conversation so far? We're about to transition to the next layer because there is yet another layer here. But before we transition to the next layer, why are we having this conversation? So,
I think it's important for us to be on the same page, to set that foundation and make sure that we all have the same goal of why we exist to then build upon to move forward. So we have to start with that very solid foundation of why are we here, and make sure that we all have the same understanding, that we're all on the same page before we can move forward. So I would say we've done this so far to help us be better at student outcomes, to make sure that little Johnny can read.
yeah. Anybody else? Why are we having this conversation? Yeah.
I think we're here because as the adults in positions of leadership providing oversight as members of a board, we have the responsibility to change our behavior so that we can actually be laser focused on improving outcomes.
Yeah, the invitation here is to be focused on, as leaders, what is our behavior? And to what extent are we really laser focused on the things that we say that we're here to accomplish? Yeah, absolutely. So oddly enough, it's actually not sufficient that a board be focused on student outcomes. What a board actually needs to be focused on are its goals for student outcomes. What's special about a goal? What's special about a goal? Instead of just generically saying kind of student outcomes writ large, what's special about a goal?
Provides direction.
They're intended to provide direction.
It can be, how do you say it? Yeah, measurable. It can be measured.
Yeah, the different, they say student outcomes is important, is a big, hey, we think that literacy is important. Great, that's a student outcome. We think that empathy is important. Great. Students being able to having a skill set around empathy could be a student outcome. But it's different to say, what is it specifically that we're measuring? How do we know that literacy actually improved? How do we know that the skills around empathy actually improved? Like it's one thing to have this big kind of fluffy idea about student outcomes. It's a different thing to be specific about what we're going to measure. Yeah. Anyone else? Why are goals important? What's special about a goal? It's not enough the board be focused on student outcomes. They actually have to be focused on goals about student outcomes. Well, but what's so meaningful about a goal? Anybody else?
Goals tell us what impact we're trying to achieve.
Yeah. Your goals give us clarity about what is the exact result. Not kind of a generic, big, fluffy result, but like a really narrowly defined, clear result. What is the result that we're trying to achieve? Generally speaking, when I talk about goals, I talk about them being smart. When I say that goals should be smart, I think they should be specific, measurable, attainable, results-focused, and time-bound. The goals should be smart. They should be specific enough that we know just a few narrow things that we're focusing in on. Because to be clear, the board that focuses on everything is the board that focuses on what? Nothing at all. If you say we have 100 goals, 100 priorities, then what are you really prioritizing? Nothing.
Nothing.
This is the challenge. If you actually want to get things done, it's not enough to say, here are all the things you actually have to identify what, of this large list, what are the actual priorities that we're going to focus in on? And that's what a set of goals helps the board accomplish. Is say, yeah, there are 100 things out there that are important, but we can't be focused on 100 things. Otherwise, I mean, we can pretend to be, but just nothing will get done. And then when children suffer from our lack of effectiveness, it doesn't mean that we're bad people, but it does mean their suffering is our fault. Like, if we're actually going to be effective, you have to have a narrowly defined set of priorities. And this is why board needs to adopt goals that are specific, measurable, attainable, results-focused, and time-bound. And so there's time that the board will spend that is goal-aligned, and there's time that the board will spend that is not goal-aligned. So if we have a goal, that we want to see the percentage of students who are proficient in biology, we want that to increase from 70% to 80% for a given time frame. And then we receive a report around social studies. Have we received a report that is goal-aligned? No. Does that mean social studies is unimportant? No. It just means we don't have a goal around it. And to say that we have a goal around it means we're going to prioritize resources around that, which means I would expect when the superintendent comes back with a budget, she should be applying more resources toward making sure that we are absolutely confident we're going to hit our objectives around biology. And what remains, then she absolutely will apply at her discretion on how are we also accomplishing our aspirations around social studies. But the priority, if you only had $1 left and you had to divide it, either spend it on one or the other, for a board to say it has goals, it has a priority, say, well, we already know that dollar needs to go towards biology if biology isn't fully funded yet. Now, if biology is fully funded and we got $1 left, great. Then you can apply it to biology, you can apply it to social studies, apply it to juggling, whatever you want. But to have a goal, to have a priority, is to say resources need to first flow to accomplishing the priority. And then once the priority is attended to, then resources can flow to additional places. But what this means is that as a board, you're going to have conversations that are aligned to your priorities, that are goal-aligned, and you'll have conversations that are not goal-aligned. This brings us back to your 3 columns. So in 3 columns, in your far right column, you had a goal labeled outcomes. And then we distinguish between adult outcomes and student outcomes. So you cut outcomes in half. Now you're going to cut student outcomes in half. And one side of student outcomes is going to say, goal aligned, and the other half of student outcomes is going to say not aligned. So the question is, of your percentage of time in the last board meeting, what percentage of it was aligned to your goals for student outcomes? Of the time spent in your board meeting on June 1st, now you want to not just what amount of time was spent on outcomes, not even just what amount of time was spent on student outcomes, what percentage of time was focused on student outcomes aligned with your goals? So in order to answer this question, you have to look back to question number 4, what are the goals that the board adopted, and are any of them about student outcomes? And if so, what amount of time on June 1st was spent focusing on that particular goal? So just a quick check-in with folks. If you have no goals about student outcomes, what is the maximum possible answer to this question? 0. Okay, got it, just making sure. So it's the only possible answer. Yeah, it's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. In order for it to be goal aligned, it means you actually have to have adopted goals about it. And so what there is to do is you look at your answer to number 4, which is what are the priorities the board's adopted? What are the goals that the board has adopted? And figure out which of those is a measure of what students should know and be able to do. And then ask yourself, okay, of the time focused on student outcomes, which of those was focused on that specific student outcome? And then you come up with a percentage. This time we'll start on Zoom again, and then we'll come around the table. When you look at the percentage of your time that was focused on student outcomes aligned to your goals, what percentage did you have for your June 1st meeting? Starting on Zoom. 0.
0.
All right, starting down here at the end of the table, what'd you come up with?
0.
0?
0.
0? 0? 0?
0.
0.
Well, on the upside, we've found an item of agreement. Now what there is to do is to compare your answer to the percentage of time focused on your goals about student outcomes to your answer to number 3. The question number 3 was what percentage, on a scale of 0 to 10, 0 being not at all focused, 10 being completely focused on the reason for which school systems exist. So how focused am I? So number 3 is how focused am I on the reason that school systems exist, from 0 to 10. 0 being I'm not actually focused in reality at all. 10 being I'm flawlessly focused. There is nothing else that I spend time on other than the goals that we have for student outcomes. And so as you look at your answer to number 3, and you look at the percentage that you wrote down for your June 1st meeting, time that is focused on your goals for student outcomes, what are you noticing? Make it an I statement.
I'll go. I had a really low percentage, or a really low number anyway, and I still overstated my focus on student outcomes.
I had a really low number to begin with, and even then I overstated my focus. Yeah. What are you noticing? Make it an I statement.
I can go. Similarly, I noticed that there's a discrepancy between the actual number that I believe we spent focusing on our goals and our goals around student outcomes, and the number that I responded for number 3. So it's not the same.
Yeah.
I overestimated mine as well.
Yeah, there's a discrepancy between what I estimated as my focus and what I'm noticing in reality is the focus, that I overestimated how focused I actually am. And again, folks, this is a beautiful moment in the life of a leader, to just get really clear about what is the alignment between my saying and my doing. What is the alignment between what I say I believe and what I do? What is the alignment between my intent and my impact? It's a powerful moment in the life of a leader to dispel with the pretending that my intention and my impact are actually aligned in moments when they actually are not. This is a powerful moment in the life of a leader, because only inside of getting clear about the distinction between my intention and my impact do I now experience the agency to choose new actions that could give rise to new possibilities for the students who I'm committed to. As you're reflecting on the answer to number 3 and the percentage of time focused on your goals for student outcomes, what are you noticing? Make it an I statement. Who will be the next to share? Yeah.
I had given myself a 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
And I was embarrassed because I thought that was low. And now I realize that I actually overrated too high, because in reality it's closer to 0.
Yeah. My reality and my impact, they're not matching up. They're not matching up. It's a powerful moment in the life of a leader. Yeah.
May I have not you, sorry. May I have a point of privilege, please? I just want to take a moment you all are an amazing team. None of us are perfect. So this is a learning opportunity for us. It's not a time for us to let our pride be hit, like, oh, I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah.
This is a safe space. I don't want us to get lost in, because then it becomes about us and our pride in that adult outcome. And so I don't want us to have these feelings of shame or embarrassment. Yeah. We didn't know. We're doing the best. We've been doing the best we knew how at this time. And this is why AJ is doing a fantastic job. I mean, kudos to you. And so we're grateful for you to be here. And so I just want to say that to the room, that I encourage us not to have any shame, because we were all doing the best that we know how to do, and none of us were ill-intentioned. And like AJ said, we're not bad people. We just have been unfortunately failing our students, but we know better now, and so we're going to do better. And with that, my answer is there's a discrepancy. I also had a 5, And it's not a 5.
Yeah, and I strongly concur with what you said. This is not a moment of shame. This is a moment of celebration. Like as a leader, the moment I get clarity about where is there alignment or non-alignment between my intentions and my impact, like that's an opportunity for me to take action to really do something amazing for students. I consider this a celebratory opportunity, not a shameful one. For folks who are more concerned about what is possible for yourself than you are for students, this is definitely a moment for shame. For people who are more concerned about what's possible for students than for yourself, this is definitely a moment for celebration. Who else? As I'm comparing what I wrote down for my answer to question 3 and how we used our time on June 1st, what are you noticing? I'm noticing that, anyone else?
I'm noticing that I was dedicating a lot of time and energy with our teams to student outcomes without very clearly delineated goals and measurements. We just sort of were hoping for increase, which is very vague. Increase by how much, And
Yeah.
and then I also noticed when I look at my June 1st number, how our actions or my actions are not reflected in behaviors. We punt achievement presentations. We do it virtual. So there's no alignment in what I'm telling the team versus what they're seeing.
Yeah. I love when I hear a superintendent get crystal clear about her ability to have an impact through her leadership. Like that is a powerful, powerful moment. And to be clear, this is not universal. What you just heard from your superintendent, I've been doing this long. There are a lot of superintendents who lack the perspicacity or the humility to lead in the way that you just heard your superintendent, choose to lead. There's a lot of folks like, well, no, I'm perfect. I'm perfect. If there's something wrong, it's these kids, it's these parents. And so to hear somebody like, you know what? No, I'm seeing opportunities for ways that I can help lead in a more powerful way to like that is a beautiful, beautiful moment, but you should be clear. That is not a universal moment. There's a lot of superintendents who would fail the test that your superintendent just passed. Any other I statements before we? Are there, like, yeah,
And she was only superintendent for like 30 minutes after that meeting officially. She got all of that.
Any other I statements before we transition? Any other I statements before we transition?
I'll say as a board, between the questions 2 and 3, as a part-time, like non-paid volunteer board member, it's really hard to compete with everything else in life and stay focused on what I campaigned on and wanted to focus on versus how to actually understand all the complexities between inputs, outputs, outcomes, and goals. To actually dedicate the time in a focused way on what can actually achieve an impact, whether it's 4 years or longer that each of us are on the board or that I'm on the board.
Yeah, and what you just surfaced is exactly part of the challenge, is that there are so many things coming at us as school board members that like we're constantly trying to figure out, man, how do I, which ones do I focus on, which ones do I not focus on? And often, the ones that I end up focusing on is a result of the ones that I hear the most energy around. And that's not particularly unusual as elected official. I did go, in fact, knock on doors. I did talk to people during my campaign. It's not surprising that as a result of the campaigning process, I became calibrated around setting my time prioritization in alignment with what I'm hearing from the people who I represent. Because that is, in fact, my job, to represent the vision and values of my community. So it's not surprising. The challenge that you run into isn't that you're listening to the people that you're listening to. It's that you often will never hear certain voices. So, for example, if you completely fail to attend to whether or not third grader AJ can read, are you likely to hear from third grader AJ? You ain't never going to hear from him. The reality is, your students, almost the entirety of them, don't vote. The reality is, your students, almost the entirety of them, you're not going to, if you fail them, they aren't going to call you about it. Now, if there are any adults who are dissatisfied with you, or adults who you are failing, they might well pick up the phone and they might well show up at the polls. And so part of the challenge, as those of us, and in my district where I was board chair, we're also non-paid volunteers. It's actually the way it is across most of the country. There are a few obvious outliers of people who are getting paid massive amounts to be on school boards, but that is the exception. The majority of us across the country are not being paid. And so the challenge for me, as an elected official, was I campaign with a focus around what are the adult concerns I'm hearing. But I have to govern with an intentionality around what are the student outcomes we are or are not creating. I campaign on adult inputs, but I have to govern on student outcomes. And it is super easy to fail to make that transition. Hence why I said, the board that focuses on adult inputs to the exclusion of focus on student outcomes is a board that sets students up to fail. We've got to figure out how do we make that transition from a focus on adult inputs to a focus on student outcomes. Now, that being said, we're now ready for the official piece of coaching. There is one meta piece of coaching for the day that summarizes everything that we've said so far and that will encapsulate what we'll do with the remainder of our time. And the piece of coaching is this. Boards that want to be intensely focused on improving student outcomes will invest at least 50% of their minutes every month without fail in monitoring progress toward their goals for student outcomes.
Did you say 1-5 or 5-0?
5-0. The boards that want to be intensely focused on improving student outcomes will invest at least 50% of their minutes each month without fail in monitoring progress toward their goals for student outcomes. So if you spend 6 hours meeting during the month of June, how much of that time am I coaching should be spent on monitoring progress toward your goals for student outcomes?
3.
Yeah, if you're going to spend 6 hours meeting, which, by the way, that is not an endorsement, but if you're going to spend 6 hours meeting, the question, the way that you can measure, are we actually focused on the reason for which schools that we say is the reason for which school systems exist? The way you can measure that is, did we spend at least 50% of our time over all of our minutes for the month of June monitoring progress toward the things that we say matter most? That is your standard for effectiveness. Did we focus at least half of our time on the thing that we say mattered most with the few minutes that we have? So how many minutes do you normally meet in a month? I'm assuming, it sounds like 360, ain't it? So 4 hours, so over the month, so how many meetings? Okay, so, all right, so you also have study sessions, you also have, okay, so all of the times that the board is coming together, total, how much time is that per month?
Is there 4 study sessions?
I'm looking at you, SB.
15 meetings.
Probably an average of 6 hours.
All right, so let's just say,
Today. It's a
all right,
treat.
so say 6 a month on average across the 12-month period? Does that sound about right? All right, then the question is, are we spending 3 hours a month monitoring progress toward our goals for student outcomes, and then 3 hours of our time attending to all of the other things that have to be done? Because to be clear, you don't get to not focus on the other things that have to happen. There are things that are not student outcomes that you have to do. Is the budget a student outcome? Nope, but you still got to do it. Still got to do it. Is student safety a student outcome? No, but you still got to do it. I mean, so there are things that you still have to attend to, but here's the coaching. Don't take your eyes off the prize. Don't be so focused on adult inputs that you fail to attend to, are we actually accomplishing student outcomes? If we have every budget perfectly and every facility is perfect and all the parents are happy, teachers are happy, students are happy, but children walk across that stage and they aren't in any way prepared for what happens next, then we have trained them not for liberation, but for subjugation. And that's what we did because we failed to cause improvements in what they know and are able to do. All of your hopes and dreams for justice and liberation on behalf of the students you serve are bound up in, have we actually done the thing for which school systems exist? Have we created the context where they have grown in what they know and are able to do such that they can leave here and live choice-filled lives, that they can pursue, on their own terms, the things in their college, career, military, whatever it is that they choose for themselves, for their families, for their communities, that they can lead in those contexts. Either we have made that happen or we have failed. And the thing that boards can do to measure, are we doing the best we can do to set them up for success? Is we spending at least half of our time making the main thing the main thing. And not even all of our time. Look, if you want to make it 60 or 70%, more power to you. But are we at least making the main thing by the main thing by making it what we invest half of our time in each month? As you hear this conversation about a board focusing its time on monitoring its goals towards student outcomes with at least half of its time each month, as you hear this as the central coaching of our time together today, what are you hearing? Boards that want to be intensely focused on improving student outcomes will invest at least half of their total minutes each month on monitoring progress toward their goals for student outcomes. As you hear me offering that as the coaching of the day, what are you hearing? What's coming up for you?
For me, it's saying, there's an old expression in Chicago that says, put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
So essentially,
And
like,
time is money.
walk the walk. Yeah.
Walk the walk. Time is money.
I'm going to pivot slightly different, which is I sit in on most board meetings, and I couldn't tell you what the goals are for student achievement. I can tell you what the hopes are, what the aspirations are generally, but I couldn't tell you what the measurable goals are for student achievement for the district. And that may just be because I'm the lawyer, but as of somebody who sits in all the board meetings, I don't know what those are.
Yeah.
I was going to ask percentage we should spend on goal setting for the outcomes, and then how often we should recalibrate those goals. Is it every election cycle?
Oh, this is great. This is a great question. This definitely has nothing to do with elections. This is a great question of goal setting. So first, I would lump goal setting into that 50%. But that's also because I recommend that you set goals and they last for 3 to 5 years. I strongly recommend that your goals last 5 years. I strongly recommend that you set 5-year goals. Why don't you want to set 20-year goals? All right? Why don't you want to set 20-year goals? Say what?
I mean, how do you know?
A lot changes in 20 years.
Yeah,
Policy,
exactly. How do you know?
like, my goodness.
Yeah. There's no sense of urgency there. There's no sense of urgency. So if you all lack urgency on behalf of your children, set 20-year goals. All right, but let's talk about the other end. Why am I strongly recommending that the board should never set annual goals? That the board instead should set 5-year goals? Why wouldn't you set annual goals?
We want to have time to, we want to have time to measure them. And sometimes it takes a year to be able to measure. So I feel like it's too short to implement and be able to measure in your SMART goal method. We wouldn't be, it's not enough time to fully assess whether or not.
It is definitely too short to implement, absolutely. Who else? Why should boards not set annual goals?
Because I think it would be us continually just chasing nothingness. Because we never know what we're doing if every year there's a new annual goal. We never complete anything.
Yeah. Oh, why shouldn't the board have annual goals, adopt new goals each year?
Because then you get nothing done. It's the same as having 100 goals.
You get nothing, yes, as inviting attitude. Yeah, you get nothing done.
Yeah, the same thing I noticed when we had this retreat in January. There were way too many things to focus on. And in that session, I mentioned that, and I was expecting a report. I was expecting, from that January meeting, I still don't know what our board strategies or our goals are.
Yeah.
And we're in July.
Yeah. And that does not position you to serve children in the way you intend. Absolutely. Absolutely. This is a challenge. It doesn't work to change your goals up every year. It doesn't work to have 100 goals. And changing them every year is basically the same as having 100 goals. And what happens is, here's what happens with a high-performing, reasonable, wise, conscientious, loving staff of teachers will do. They'll hear the board say, hey, here's the new goal for this year. And so all the teachers will be like, all right, well, we want to subscribe to the board's leadership. You know, they represent the community's vision and values. So they say go left, we'll go left. And so all the teachers go left. And then 12 months later, he's like, oh, by the way, what we really meant is let's all go right. And what will happen is half of those teachers will be like, well, they're the board, we should go right, and they'll go right. And the other half, guess what they'll do? They'll keep going left, because they're like, well, we just started this. We haven't actually gotten good at going left yet, so I'm just going to keep going left. And then the following year, you say, no, in fact, we should go forward. And so of the teachers who went right, half of them will be like, well, it's the board, we should probably do what they say. They'll go forward. But the other half, guess what they're going to do? They're going to keep going right. And now you got teachers going left, right, and the middle. And then you're stunned when nothing actually gets done. And here's what really happens. If you have really, really good teachers, if they are really, really, really good, you'll train them to do what? To completely ignore you. Because you don't know what the hell you're doing. And if I follow you, I'm just going to hurt kids. So you know what? I'm going to do what I know is best for children. And when y'all get y'all act together, then I might consider listening to you again. And that's what your really, really good teachers will do. They will respond to your failure to govern by tuning you out and protecting children from your ineffectiveness. The problem is that's not setting them up for success. That's not ensuring that they have access to the resources they need, that there's an aligned system, that is attending to their needs, that is supporting them in a way that's actually meaningful. Like, we completely cut them off from the resources and the benefits of the school system, which means by extension, we've cut off those children that they're serving. Like, there is a cost to a board from governing ineffectively. I'm sorry, there's a cost to children from a board governing ineffectively, is that we create non-alignment, and children suffer in that space. So, other reflections on this, of why this coaching around spend half of our time focused on student outcome. Any other reflections before we transition? All right, then what I want to do is I want to take a quick time out. It's just past the top of the hour. Can we come back at 20? Yes.
Can I ask one more question before
Yeah.
we transition? I just want to push back on the goal setting around election cycles. We have 4-year terms, which staggered, so 5 come on every 2 years, and then 2 of us come on the 2 other years. And we're a high school district, so maybe 4-year goals are good goals since we're only dealing with students 4 years at a time. But I put down for question 5, career, college, and life, which was our mission statement, which was goals or mission statements adopted by a board, however many years ago before I joined the board. But there was never like a, hey, these are the goals of the district outside of the 10 pillars in the strategic plan. And now we got 3 new board members that just started in January. And we're all kind of just like going along with the goals that have been set by boards that came before us. Mm-hmm. Like, how often do we need to say, hey, these are the goals? Is everybody still good with these goals? We're going to keep driving forward on these 5 years goals.
Yeah. So there's a few challenges here. The first challenge is, if your decision, well, actually, let's start with something more basic. Who does the board represent?
People that vote for us.
No, not just the people who vote for you.
Constituents, which is, yeah, so broader than constituents.
Yeah, they're the full community.
Yeah.
Your job is to represent the vision and values of the community. That is your job. You are a community's representative. And so the board collectively, the job of the board is to represent the vision and values of the community. That is the board's job. And so when the board sets goals, it's not setting boards on behalf of the board, setting goals on behalf of
The community.
the community.
Right.
Which means if you're going to set goals, what should part of your process be?
Listen to the community.
Yes, you should probably actually go out and listen to the community who you're representing. So if you aren't actually setting goals, that's certainly problematic. But if you're setting goals absent a thorough and rigorous community engagement process,
Right.
you aren't setting goals. And so you are not doing your job. So in the process, I recommend to you is there is a ton of community voice that has to be gathered, and it's the board members, the 7 of y'all who need to go out and do the gathering. That you all need to do the listening, for the vision and values of the community, and then codify that into the form of goals. Is the community
May I-
going to have an appetite for doing that every 2 years?
No, I'm thinking of your examples in New Orleans of, sort of community meetings and stuff.
No,
but, yeah.
that is
Yeah,
not
yeah.
that is not a process you're going to go through every 2 years. And so here's the reality: the goals aren't about you. So how you feel, your opinions, what you like, what you don't like, isn't particularly the most relevant issue. The question is, are the goals representative of the vision and values of the community as a whole? Not are they the things that the current board members like? And so that's the metric. So if you look at the metric and you find that the goals are out of alignment with the community, then you might want to do something about that. If you look at the metric, it's like, no, we don't have any evidence that these goals are out of line with the community. They're not what I personally like. That is not a cause for changing the goals.
Sure.
So if the community said we should be going this way, and then 2 years later the community says actually we should abandon this entirely, we're no longer interested in that, we're interested in this, well then you probably change your goals to match that.
Sure.
But more often than not, the community's vision for its children ain't changing on a dime every 2 years just because there was an election. And so if the belief is that goals are about me, then yes, you should change them whenever the board changes. If the belief is the goals are about the community, then you should change them as when the community changes or when they expire or when they're accomplished, whatever happens first. And that normally winds up being somewhere between 3 to 5 years out, which is why I recommend 3 to 5 year goals. Is that responsive to your inquiry?
Sort of.
Yeah, that is not the response most people want to hear. But it needs to be clear. If you have actually done your job, the goals are not about you, and they won't be about the person who replaces you. They're about the community. And when the board as a whole says, you know what, the community has radically shifted. The community used to think that little AJ knowing how to read was important, but the community decided that's no longer a priority. And now this thing over here is, we should change our goals. Then yeah, I agree. Then you should. But if that hasn't happened, then no. You change your goals either when there's this massive shift in the community, which I rarely ever see, or when you accomplish the goals. If we set a 5-year goal and we accomplish it in 3 years, probably set a new goal. Don't just phone it in for 2 years. Celebrate that you accomplished it, move on. Or when they expire. So if I set a 5-year goal when 5 years is up, whether we've attained it or not in that 5 years, it's still time to go back out into the community and listen for its vision and values again.
And this might be after the break, but just kind of follow up. Go ahead, Stephanie.
I was just going to say, AJ, there's also a difference between goal setting and monitoring progress to goal, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So I include goal setting in that 50%. So the time that you spend setting those goals once every 5 years, I'd put in the 50% focus on student outcomes. But that's only because you literally do it once every 5 years. If you are constantly setting new goals, that isn't focused on student outcomes. That is focused on adult ego, and that's just not. That is not that is not an effective use of your time. But if once every 5 years you spend several months really doing an intensive amount of listening and trying to absorb the community's vision, you review data provided by your superintendent about where students are at currently, and you synthesize that into a set of 5-year goals, then I'd include that in the 50%. And then the rest of your time, the next 4.5 years before you set new goals, that 50% is entirely comprised of monitoring progress.
I have a question about something you just said, if that's okay. So let's say our superintendent gave us data. They said they collected data, and we trust the whoever the superintendent is. We as a board trust this person, to be honest. And they gave us data about what the students want, the community wants. But then we have board members who are like, no, that's not what our pocket of community wants. How do we?
This is really important. I love this question. So you need to be able to distinguish between what is the board's function, why does the board exist, and why does the superintendent exist? So let's start at the top. Why do school systems exist?
Achieve student outcomes.
Improve student outcomes. Inside of the mission of improving student outcomes, school boards exist to represent what?
Community.
The vision and values of the community. This is why the school board exists, to represent the vision and values of the community. The superintendent then exists to implement the vision and values of the community as communicated to them by whom?
The board.
The board. So there are a couple important distinctions here. One, the superintendent is not the community's representative. The superintendent has absolutely no business whatsoever trying to tell the board what the community's vision and values are. That's not the superintendent's job. Just like the board is not the implementer of the vision and values. The board has no business telling the superintendent, here's how you should go out and implement this. You should do X and then Y and then Z. That's not the board's function. The board's function is to represent the vision and values of the community, and by the way, you mentioned trust your superintendent. I say trust but verify. Do not merely trust your superintendent ever. What you should do is you should trust, but then have a system in place to verify. That's why you monitor progress. The monitoring is the verification process. And so the board says, we've gone out and listened, and it should be the board members. Y'all should go out and listen to your community. Do not delegate it to your staff. Do not delegate it to a consultant. Do not delegate it to anybody. You're the representative. Go listen. Do your job. Do your job. Go and listen to the vision and values of the community. Write it down, make it plain. Hand it to the superintendent and say, okay, your job now is to come up with a strategic plan for how we will implement the vision and values of the community. So that's the delegation of duties. The board represents the vision and values of the community. The superintendent implements the vision and values of the community as conferred to her by the board. And so if the superintendent comes and say, hey, I'm not going to do that because that's not what the community wants, like, that's not your job, sister. Go focus on your job. Your job is to implement the vision and values of communities as we've communicated to you in our goals and in our guardrails and the policies that we've set.
Well, follow up to that. I'm loving that you're saying this because, okay, so let's say all that's happening. So we listen as a board, and then just a reminder that one individual board should not be directing the superintendent, just a reminder. But as a whole, as a unit, we and said, hey, superintendent, here's what we heard from the community, and then you come up with a strategic plan to
implement that, yeah.
What happens if we get pushback? And this is only for the superintendent. The executive team is then saying, we know what the community wants, and this is not what the community wants, or this is not what such and such wants. And then exec team gets pushed back against the board because they don't like what the board.
Who does the executive team work for?
Superintendent.
So if the executive team ain't playing their position, whose job is it to deal with that?
Superintendent.
The superintendent.
Okay. So if the exec team wants to represent the vision and values of the community, what do they need to do?
Run for office.
They need to resign their position and run for office.
Okay.
And if the board members want to dictate how we implement the vision and values of the community, what do they need to do?
Join the exec team.
Yeah, resign for the board and put in your application and see if you can get a job. Like it is absolutely inappropriate for the staff to try to replace the community's vision and values as described through the community's representatives with their own wisdom. That is highly, 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 highly inappropriate. And the superintendent needs to do something about it. And if she don't chin check it, then it's the superintendent who's acting shady at that point. Like, people have different roles. And what's important to be clear about this is people have different roles for a reason. It's not arbitrary. Board members were literally selected because the community believes that you are reflective of their vision and values. If somebody came up and talked to you and they said, this woman don't sound, she ain't saying nothing that I resonate with, then guess what? They ain't gonna vote for you. And so the fact that you were sitting in this chair means that a whole bunch of people listened to what you had to say and said, you know what? This sister is connected to what's important to me. I want you to be my representative. Nobody selected the superintendent to be their representative. Nobody selected a cabinet member to be their representative. Nobody anywhere. And so the expertise of the board is in representing the vision and values of the community because that's what you were selected to do. Now, when you decided who the superintendent was going to be, it's like, well, I wonder who here will the community most believe reflects their vision and values. No. You were thinking, who could actually lead this school system? They were selected for their capacity to implement. And because that's the basis for their selected, that's what they should focus on. And because the board was selected for their ability to represent, then that's what they should focus on. So it's not arbitrary. It's not like I'm saying this because this is a good, thing to do, the right thing to do. I'm saying it because this is where people's expertise lies. The board's expertise is not in being legal experts, education experts, financial experts. That's not why you're here. People didn't go to the ballot and say, you know what? I bet this woman has a PhD in numbers, so that's why you should be on the school board. No, that is not why you were selected. You were selected because people was like, no, I connect with her vision and values. She understands where I'm coming from. She could represent me well. That's why she should be on the school board. And so people were selected to meet a certain skill set. And so all I'm saying is now play your position that you were selected to do. Like, I live in Texas, so I always using football for everything. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the center? You're supposed to snap the football. Like, you know what? I'm gonna just hold on to this thing. I'm gonna drop back and I'm gonna throw a pass. I ain't gonna hike the ball. I'm gonna just step up and I'm as a center. I'm gonna be the one who throws the pass. You were selected for your ability to throw a pass, brother. That's not why you on the squad. That is not what you were selected to do. Hike the ball to the quarterback. The quarterback was selected for their ability to throw the ball. You were not selected for your ability to throw the ball. You were selected for your ability to keep people from tearing up the quarterback while he throws the ball. Play your position. Like, we out here to win a championship. And to be clear in this analogy, when we win a championship, what does that mean? Student outcomes improved.
Little Johnny can.
That's absolutely what it means. We are about winning championships for children, putting points on the board for children. Play your position. The staff should not be trying to play the board's position. And if they do, the superintendent needs to clean that up. Is that responsive to your inquiry?
Thank you. That was helpful. Yeah, that was very, very helpful. Thank you.
No, I see this all the time. But to be clear, most of the time when I see staff playing the board's position is because the board ain't played their own position. The board hasn't set goals. The board hasn't focused its time. And so in the absence of leadership, administration is like, well, we need to fill something in here, and so the staff filled in the vacuum. That is what I see the majority of the time when I see because I see a bunch of time where the superintendent set all the goals. I'm like, that's horrible. Because that's not the superintendent's job to set all the goals. The job of the board is to say, here are the goals for our system. Here's the things we need to make sure students know and are able to do. That's the board's job, and the superintendent say, okay, I'm going to come up with a plan for how we implement this. But when I often see that the staff has gotten into that, it's because they've gotten in the habit of the board not doing the board's job. And to be blunt, what you've described so far about June is a meeting where you in no way demonstrated to the staff what the priorities are that they should be focusing on. And so I can imagine a staff member leaving that meeting and be like, well, I don't know what the priorities are, so I will make them up myself. I will go out and listen myself to the community. I will design for myself what I think the community wants. But that's not their job. Other questions before we transition? Great question. Yeah.
You might ask for this after the break, but I guess the question is about community engagement and like authentic community engagement once you're elected.
Yeah.
Because I think knocking on doors, talking to people, that is community engagement, but it's part of the campaign
Campaigning,
process. And then, once you're elected, we have our meetings, we're listening to public comment, trying to encourage more public comment, having meetings outside of regular scheduled board meetings around specific issues. I think in New Orleans, you talked about like packing everybody into a gym in a small town, but obviously we're the 5th largest city. Like, what does that look like in the 5th largest city? And then how does what we hear on the campaign trail fold into community engagement about how we govern?
Yeah, so the distinction that's really important to make here, actually 3 different categories we'll put things into. Campaigning behavior, community outreach and engagement behavior, and then other. So first let me define community outreach and engagement behavior. When the board, as a unit, creates two-way community engagement between the board and members of the community, that's what I refer to as community outreach and engagement. When the board as a unit creates opportunities for two-way conversation between the board and members of the community, that's what I refer to as community outreach and engagement. So if it's not the board that is doing it, it's individual board members, I put that in the campaigning bucket. So if you were going out into the community and it's like, oh, I'm going to go and listen to blah, blah, great, good for you. That's campaigning. You are not actually accruing benefits for your students and for the board as a whole. You are accruing benefits for you. This is benefiting your campaign, your future electability. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that is campaigning activity. That is not the board engaging in community outreach and engagement. Your community, your public comments, that is not a form of community outreach engagement. Why do I say that? Because it's one way. Because it's one way. And so I put that in the other category. Is I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying it's not authentic two-way dialogue. Like, if you really want to know what's on somebody's heart, you need to talk to them, not just hear them say something until the bell rings 60 seconds from now. And so to have authentic community outreach and engagement means the board as an entity needs to make a plan for going out and creating this two-way dialogue with the community. So some of the hallmarks of that, it means it's not you doing it solo. It's always at least 2, sometimes 3 board members, sometimes the whole board, but never one, always 2 or more board members doing it at the behest of the board as a whole. So in a systematized way, so maybe the board says, hey, we're going to have 9 of these things, and we're going to have them all scattered throughout. Okay, so you 2 go to, you 3 go to that one, you 3 go to that one, and systematic so that you make sure you don't miss anybody. And it's done in a two-way fashion where we are creating a space for us to hear from you and for us to ask clarifying questions and to really dig in so that we really have this understanding of your vision and values. That is community outreach engagement. But if it's you solo, that's campaigning. If it's not two-way, that's other. My coaching, significantly ramp up your authentic community outreach and engagement work, largely minimize your othering and your campaigning. I'm not saying delete them. I'm saying replace what you're doing. Basically, everything you're doing right now is either campaigning or othering. And what I'm saying is reduce those and instead focus that energy into authentic community outreach engagement, where you, as a governing body, are designing times to go out. And part of the reason I keep saying designing is your campaigning activities aren't designed to listen to the vision and values of the community as a whole. They're designed to listen to the people who you think will best set you up for re-election, which means this will be a whole bunch of people who get missed.
Sure.
If there is a large asylee population in your community, you probably ain't coordinate a bunch of times to go listen to them because they ain't gonna vote for you, because they ain't gonna vote at all. Great. But if the board is actually wanting to do authentic community outreach engagement, then you would systematically say, how do we hear from that asylee community? Because our purpose isn't campaigning. Our purpose is to hear from all the people in our community. And so we got to make a plan for them. Authentic community outreach and engagement will keep them included. Y'all just, as a bunch of Lone Rangers doing campaigning, people are going to get excluded whose voices deeply matter.
And do you have advice on how the district staff supports the board, where there's 2 or 3 of us doing community meetings at a time, versus like the example this last school year, we had a school safety committee and we delegated representatives of the board, but then we just got the reports back at the board meetings. Like, does the staff like say, okay, hey, Carl Hayden High School, we're going to send 2 or 3 of you there, and we do 9 of these things, you know?
So it depends on what the purpose is. If the purpose is around implementation, the board shouldn't be there at all. Or rather, the board shouldn't be running that at all. If there is listening that needs to be done around implementation, that's her job.
Sure.
And so if somebody needs to talk to a group of parents and say, hey, this is what we're doing right now, kind of what's working, what's not working, we're trying to make some tweaks, that's staff work. That's not board work at all. And so it depends on what the task is. If the task is, hey, we're redefining our goals and our guardrails or something of that nature, and we really need to capture the community's vision and values as part of doing so, then that's the board work, and the staff shouldn't be doing it at all. They might support you in some way, but you should make sure that nothing puts staff between you and your community.
Sure.
You need to hear directly from your community in that two-way dialogue. And so the purpose for the listening matters. Sometimes the purpose of the listening is customer service, and that's on the staff. Sometimes the purpose of the listening is on board-related duties, and then that's on the board. And so from what you described, I can't tell which of the two it is. It might well be, we've already made decisions about what our priorities are, and this is a conversation about how we implement that, but then that would entirely be the superintendent instead of the board. So it just depends. But if it's the other way around, if this is, we haven't yet defined our priorities, and we're coming out to figure out what they are, then I'd say that's 0% the superintendent, 100% the board.
Yeah. Thanks.
So figuring out the purpose is the key to answering that.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
And I don't know a lot about it because I've never participated, but I have learned and done some reading about it. And I'm not sure if this is in the implementation side or on the
Yeah.
board listening side, but around empathy interviews. And they're one-on-one conversations usually, and they're two-way. But it's a storytelling around needs and wants, and then somehow they come together and they compile themes and from a larger group, right, collectively. I'm just curious, do you see that being on the implementation side or on the
representation side?
Yeah, or could it go either way?
So if the intention is to help the board set or monitor its priorities, then I'd put it on the representation side, and it's board work. If the intention is to help staff decide, okay, how are we going to implement this? What are we going to do differently to accomplish the priorities? Then I'd say it's on the implementation side. And so it depends on what happens next as a result of having had this conversation. If the what happens next is the staff does something different, then I'd say it's on the implementation side. If what happens next, the board does something different, then I'd say it's on the representation side. The vast majority of the listening that happens in the school system should be on the staff side. The vast, overwhelming majority of it, because the vast majority of it is about how are we implementing this on a day-to-day basis. All right, so it is 30, it's 30 after the hour. Lunch is here. How much of a break do you want before we come back? I'm assuming you'll need to bring back your food and just, we can keep eating while we work. But how much of a break do you want? A full break from the action before we come back?
How about 10 minutes, you all in the room? Do you think 10 minutes is enough? You can go grab your lunch, run to the potty real quick. People in the room, is 10 minutes enough?
15? How about we do 15? How about we start back
15?
at
Okay.
45 after?
Sounds good.
So feel free to bring food back with you. We'll see you folks at 45 after. All right, welcome back. Game time, folks. Out there on Zoom land, y'all with us? Madam Chair, are you out there? Let's do this, people. Look, I got tacos chewers waiting on me. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna steal my joy. Right. Yeah, not.
Are we just going to shift to priorities now? Because we should do that agenda.
So this is the agenda, so I'm thinking then we're on to this item. So we should just have President Ross make sure that she
Indicate.
moves us to the next agenda.
Madam Chair, you out there?
SG, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm actually having to transition to my next thing that I have on my schedule for today. Stacia, will you take over the agenda, the script for me, please?
Sounds good.
I'll be
Yes.
Thank you. I'll be on as long as I can, and then I have another meeting.
So as the efficient for the meeting, it would be helpful to point out that we're transitioning from item 2 to essentially item 3. 3/5.
The next item is 3.A, board processes for accomplishing priorities and goals. Oh, no, 5.8?
Yeah, we're essentially, yeah. Yeah, we're essentially at 5A now.
Yeah.
All right. So we spent the first part of our time together talking about what are board priorities just generally, and how does the board know if it's focused on them or not? How does the board members know if they're focused on them or not? What I want to spend the rest of our time doing is thinking through what are some of the practices that the board can engage in to help focus its energies around the things that the board considers to be most important. And again, something I want to reiterate here is, why only 50%? Why isn't my coaching that you should spend 100% of your time monitoring progress towards your goals? Why is that not the coaching?
I think there's things dictated by state law that we also have to do as
There are these
governing board
pesky
members.
things, attorneys and state statutes,
Yeah.
that the board does in fact have to attend to. There are additional things. And so to make something a priority, I'm suggesting means that it's what you spend the majority of your time on, or at least half of your time. But you're probably not going to be able to spend all of your time on it. You're going to have to find ways to allocate. That being said, as you go about doing so, you're going to have to figure out, if we're currently spending 100% of our time on adult inputs and 0% of our time on student outcomes, the coaching isn't just double the length of your meetings and spend, we spent 6 hours on adult inputs, great, now let's just spend 6 hours on student outcomes. That's not the coaching. The coaching is, what would you have to modify or delete from your existing practices in order to free up space to focus on the things that you all say matter most? That's the challenge. So to help you accomplish that, to help accomplish that, We provided you conveniently with your agenda and minutes from June 1st. Yes, these have not been approved, but I asked your staff to provide them anyway, specifically for conducting this activity.
It's shorter than I expected.
So here is the nature of the activity. This activity happens in two different pieces. The first is yes, no, and the second is keep, delete, modify. So the first part of this activity is you're going to look at each individual item on this agenda and identify either yes or no, this item is focused on student outcomes, your goals for student outcomes, or no, it is not. So let's look at item 1A. Call the regular meeting to order. Is this item focused on student outcomes, yes or no? Why do you say no? Is learned or not? Got it. And so to say that this is not
I
focused on
couldn't
student,
hear that. Can you speak into your microphone, please?
Sorry.
yeah, go ahead and say it again. So why would you say item 1A is not focused on student outcomes?
Because it's not focused on whether a child is learning or not.
Yeah, and particularly as a result of item 1A, the question you want to ask is, has the board received data about how students are performing relative to its goals? If the answer is yes, then we tell you, yeah, it's focused on student outcomes. If as a result of 1A, the board has not received data about how students are performing relative to its goals for student outcomes, then the only possible answer for 1A is N, as in no. And so I'd put a little N next to it. And then I go to the next one. Let's skip down. 2A. Is 2A focused on student outcomes? As a result of 2A, did the board receive data that helps describe the extent to which students are performing relative to its goals? Is 2A focused on student outcomes?
Sorry, but can someone
Yes.
read it to me since I don't? Thank you.
2A is celebrations, recognitions, and accomplishments.
All right. So who'd you celebrate? What'd you recognize?
We celebrated or recognized students that were accepted into colleges and had, if I'm remembering the right meeting, scholarships and that sort of
Got
thing.
it. And you all have adopted a goal around that?
No.
No. Okay. Anybody else? Was it just students who've been accepted into college?
No, it was
We had an
faculty.
artist. We had an artist who
Yep.
was congressionally recognized.
Yep.
One of your students got recognized in DC for their artwork. Absolutely, fabulous, fabulous. Do you have a goal around that?
No.
No, okay. Anything else? Okay, so item 2A, focused on student outcomes, yes or no? It sounds like what you all are saying is no, it is not. What is part of your takeaway from the reality that 2A is not focused on student outcomes? Yeah, that if there was some, if I could see a future where it very much could be, where 2A very much could be, because you've got a goal attached to it and you're celebrating specifically the students who are really growing in the areas of your goals. And so I can see a future where 2A could be. So keep that in mind, because remember, the second half of this activity will come back through in all the places where it's listed as no. We'll ask, do you want to keep it, delete it, or modify it? There's a potential modification for 2A. All right, so 2A, 1A is no, 2A is no. You'll have to do B, C, D, E on your own. Let's do one. Let's do 6A. 6A, focus on student outcomes. Yes or no?
Can someone read it, please?
6A is the superintendent's report. The superintendent's report from June 1st. Was it focused on student outcomes? Yes or no?
I'll say yes.
No.
I'm hearing yeses, I'm hearing nos. I love the conflict.
Well, I'll say no because we don't have a goal around it. whatever. I mean, I think Dr. Gesson presented some great things that the district had accomplished during the superintendent's report, his last superintendent's report before he transitioned to Superintendent Andrade. But I would say at least this board has not adopted goals based on whatever was presented in that
Got
superintendent's
it.
report.
Why does it matter if the data is aligned to the board's goals or not? Why am I suggesting to you that that is absolutely essential?
Because the superintendent's role is to implement the
The
goals.
community's
that-
vision.
Yep, the goals
As
that-
communicated to her by the goals.
Yep.
It's not enough for her to bring you random acts of data. It's not enough for her to cherry pick whichever data she wants you to see. It's not enough for her to decide, you know what, this is what the community values, so this is what I'm going to present. None of these are acceptable practice. And the only way to prevent those from being the practice is the board has to be the one to say, here is the data that we want presented. And here's the timeline on which we want that data presented. And the superintendent brings that forward. But anything short of that, the board's no longer doing its job. The superintendent is filling in for you. It's not enough for the superintendent to engage in random acts of data. The superintendent actually needs to bring you, here's evidence that we are honoring the community's vision and values. And so it sounds like the answer for 6A is a no. Here's what there is to do. We did 3 of them together. What there is for you to do is go through the rest of your agenda and put a Y next to any of the ones that are student outcomes focused and an N next to the ones that are not student outcomes focused. Have fun.
I have a question. To me, the answer seems obvious because we earlier said how much of our board meeting was student outcome focused, and the majority of us said 0. So it seems like each of these are items.
Yeah, there
Be
are
a no to equal to this.
there are few things more frustrating than a competent board chair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the staff has any idea of goals that were set by previous boards, but since I've been on the board, I can't think of any goals that we've set as a board.
Yeah, as folks are looking through this, feel free to find the item. Basically, what your board chair is pointing out, this is probably going to be a really short activity. But feel free to glance through and see if you can find the item that you think is focused on student outcomes. If you see it, then put a Y next to it. But yes, to your point, madam, this is likely not a lengthy activity.
My apologies. I wasn't trying to step on your toes.
No, I love it. I absolutely love it. So then, as people glance for the idyllic Y that I suspect will elude you, then let's jump to the second part of the activity. And by the way, if you find a Y, then go ahead and highlight it. But assuming that you've got a series of N's on here, the next step of the activity is less easy. For each item where there is an N for no, it's not student outcomes focused, put either a K for keep, as in we should keep this item. We know it's not student outcomes focused, but we still need to keep it. A D for delete. This is not student outcomes focused, and we can live without it entirely, so let's just delete it. Or an M for modify. You know what? This is not student outcomes focused, but with some edits, it could be. A K for keep, a D for delete, or an M for modify. Everywhere you have an N for no, it is not student outcome focused. Go ahead and put either a keep, a delete, or a modify next to that. Go to work. Keep, delete, or modify. Keep, delete, or modify. And keep in mind, if we want to have a 50% of our time focused on improving student outcomes, that means there's a whole lot of stuff that we need to figure out how to either delete or modify. Keep, delete, or modify. Give you just a couple more minutes to go through and identify when to keep it, delete it, or modify it. Like, there are some things that aren't going to be aligned with your goals, that you still want to keep it. So be it. That's not problematic. It's only problematic if all you do are things that are not aligned to your goals. And some things you're going to want to delete. And to delete them doesn't mean that they don't happen. It means that they don't happen in a board meeting. So when you delete stuff from a board meeting, maybe it lives someplace else. Or modify, we do actually want this to occur in a board meeting, but it needs to happen in a different way. Keep, delete, modify. All right, let's do some sharing. What's an example of something that you want to keep, that you recognize this is not actually aligned with our goals for student outcomes, either now and it probably won't be in the future either, but we still want to keep it anyway? What's an example of something that you put for keep? And remember to use your microphones for the folks who are on Zoom. I had the same problem, these buttons.
Opening of the meeting,
Why do you want to keep it?
because we have to open the meeting.
Do you have to?
Yes. Do we have to, Lynn?
So there's a state statute that requires what?
The board to call to order their public meeting that is in compliance with their agenda.
All right. Is anything else under the opening of the meeting legally required other than A1?
If there's an adjournment on here, is there an adjournment? Yep.
No, I'm sorry. 1A,
Oh, A.
1B, 1C, 1D, 1E. Well, and I think.
Roll call, but that's it.
So hold on. So law requires that every public meeting starts with a roll call or a declaration of quorum.
I put M for that one.
Yeah, it can be simply noting, it is not a declaration of quorum even, it's just noting who is in attendance.
Got it. So you could start by, so roll call is actually not legally required.
Not an out loud roll call.
Gotcha. And so, to be clear, I'm not suggesting you do or don't do a roll
Right.
call. What I am doing is the intention of this activity, which is to question everything. Do not assume that things have to be the way they are just because this is the way we've always done them. But really what I want you to do in this activity is constantly be interrogating what is it that we actually want to spend time on and what don't we want to spend time on, and what are things that we can modify. What you will find through this activity is the vast majority of things that you think are absolutely required to be done the way you're doing them are not in fact required to be done the way, it is a choice. And that's beautiful because you can make choices about do we want to keep doing it that way or not. All right, so that was one, thank you. I always appreciate folks who go first, so much, great, very grateful for that. Who will give another example of one that you want to keep, even though it's not focused on student outcomes?
1D?
Call to the public.
So I heard 1D and 4A, so let's first deal with 1D. Is 1D legally required?
No.
No. Why, so even though it's not legally required and it's not focused on student outcomes, why do you want to keep it?
1D, the land acknowledgement statement?
Yes.
I mean, that happened, when did we form?
Yeah,
January.
but what's the why behind?
Why do
you want to keep it?
I
That's
think
what's
it's important as a district that represents a lot of Native communities and students, that we acknowledge that, and I think it represents the values of our board.
There we go. That's the magic word I was listening for. Remember, the job of the board is to do what?
Values of our community.
Represent the vision and the values of your community. And so there are going to be things that aren't strictly required, but are still a meaningful representation of your community's vision and values. And so you wind up keeping it. Got it. And then I heard 4A, call to the public. Is that the one you said? Is 4A legally required?
No.
No?
Public comments, not legally required.
Nope.
So if no public comment was ever held, the board is still in compliance.
Yes. There's no requirement for an open call under our open meeting.
Well, that's,
Why does everybody do it? Not everybody does it, and some boards pick and choose when they're going to do it. Some boards say, we're going to do it every other month because we have other stuff we want to focus on at some board meetings, and we only have limited time. So the open meeting law allows the board to decide when and if they want to have open call.
so this varies by state. There's some states where it is absolutely required. There are some states where it's both required and it's required where on the agenda it goes. But it sounds like your state is none of these. It is neither required nor is it required where it goes. So you put it down as a keep, even though it's not required. Why do you want to keep it?
It's important to hear from those who are within our community, especially students. We've seen an increase of student participation during our board meetings at Call to the Public, and we should hear about their experiences.
Got it. Is this a form of authentic community outreach and engagement?
No, because it's one.
It can be, yeah, I think it's black and, it's gray. It's gray,
Is
because,
is this two-way?
excuse me,
Is this two-way?
we can ask questions, can't we?
It can be. They can't
Yeah.
ask, you cannot ask questions
cannot.
technically. But if it's something that's on the agenda, the board can address it later on and have that sort of dialogue later on, but they can't during open call.
All right, so that would be a no. It's not actually two-way.
We can respond if we are directly asked something, is that correct?
You can only respond to criticism.
Criticism, thank you.
All right,
But
so,
does state law dictate that, or do we?
State law dictates it. So state law, because otherwise, let's say it's not on the agenda and I show up and I want to talk about lunch periods. And no one else has notice if I just show up and talk about lunch periods and you engage me and we have a discussion with the board. And maybe Jenny wanted to show up and talk about her views on lunch periods, but she had no notice. So that's why you can't engage in discussion or even kind of that back and forth with people, because then you have had discussion about a matter that's not on the agenda.
all right, so back to the previous question. Is your call to the public a form of community outreach and engagement?
No.
Hard no. Very, very clear no. So that doesn't mean don't do it. What do you think my coaching is, though?
Limit it?
Can we modify it?
I put modify as my, I
That's what
got
I
an
put.
M for.
So this is actually a trick question. The modification I'd recommend, build into your calendar time for community outreach and engagement. If this ain't it, and it's never gonna be it. But you all taking time to actually have two-way interaction with your community is deeply meaningful. So create opportunity for that, recognizing that this ain't that, and it's never going to be that. And so don't do this thinking that we've actually done the work of being in dialogue with our community around a division of values. You have not. And so that doesn't make this wrong. It just means this, if you thought that this was here to accomplish community engagement, you mistook. This is not community engagement because it's not two-way. So find time to build in two-way communication in addition to this. That's probably going to be an entirely separate meeting built for that purpose.
I don't think I said this was community engagement.
No,
So-
you did not.
So number one, I think this is a great issue because I did hear Jenny say it could be. Because there are students that are informed that governing board meetings happen, and they specifically come to let us know if something is working or if something needs improvement. This is a form of civic engagement, right? The other thing that I would say about this too, there's room to build around this, because as a student, formally, at in this school district, I only attended one, and that was at the invitation of the board to address the board, and then I never came back. I never knew that this was a venue where I could actually share my experience of, again, what was working and what needs improvement.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying that's not a form of community outreach engagement. It's not, for a variety of reasons. One, there's a whole host of the community who are never going to come to a board meeting. And so if you think that this is the authentic way to hear from the community, you are profoundly mistaken, because there are huge segments of the community you'll just never hear from. And so I'm not saying don't do this. I'm saying don't do this and think that you've done your job. That is the coaching I'm offering you. Do not do community call to the public and think, oh, we've done our job of hearing from and engaging with our community. I'm telling you definitively, you have not. And what there is to do is just to figure out, okay, what do we want that to look like? Use this as an act of creation. What would we want that authentic two-way communication to look like? How would we design it to make sure that we're hearing from voices that we don't normally hear from? So for example, say you wanted to hear from students. I suspect your board meetings are probably not the optimal way for you to hear from students. Like if you actually wanted to hear from students and you wanted it to be meaningfully representative, where would you probably go to do that listening?
The school.
Schools.
You'd probably do that at a school. You'd probably say, hey, we need to carve out some time and go to schools, or we need to have a specific meeting and we need to ask for a group of students from each of the schools to show up, or you do something to design it so that you authentically heard from your student body. What you wouldn't do is perpetuate the inequitable practice of only listening to people who have the privilege required to come and participate in your public meeting on your time, on your location. That is an act of privilege, and it perpetuates inequity to believe that you do that, and having done so, you've accomplished listening to the fullness of your community. I'm not saying don't do public comment. I generally find it very useful. I'm saying don't do this and think that you have done your job. You have not. Any questions about that? Questions about that?
Have you seen any modifications of public comment that districts around the country have done that actually make it more effective?
There's a variety, and I actually did a survey of council districts a couple years ago. If you email me, I will actually, if you email me and ask, because then you can send it out to everybody, for my spreadsheet of community, of call to the public responses, and it's like 35 different districts. Here's how they do it, and it's all over the place. I know in my board, my district, we actually have public comment in two different places. We have one at the very beginning, which is for public comment on items that are on the agenda, and then we have one at the very end, which is for public comments on items that are not on the agenda. And so we bifurcate it that way. But I know folks who do public comments at one meeting of the month, but not at another meeting of the month. I mean, it's, like I said,
I guess in that example, like.
or once for each
if you do it
individual
for
item.
things that are on the agenda or action items, could we respond versus, hey, here's a general call to the public at the very end, if you want to stick around to the very end and tell us about lunch schedule that's not on the agenda.
Yeah, even if it's still called to the public. I mean, part of it is the statutes are just so prescriptive, but you could also build it into each of the agenda items right before you talk about it, as
Right.
opposed to, and then you're going to have your discussion right then. You can ask
that
questions.
sounds
And,
like
so
and
Now
there are
county
some boards that do
board
it that way.
Yeah.
Having lived through that, I strongly recommend against it. But, but I can point to you, boards have done it that way. If you look at it and you feel like, you know what, this makes more sense for us, then do that. But like I said, when you see the spreadsheet, you'll see all the different ways, and it'll just give you some ideas. This is really, there are a lot of times when I'll be able to share with you, I have evidence that this is a better approach than that. This is not one of them. So this is really going to come down to what best honors the values of our community, but that also allows us as a board to make sure that we stay focused on the main thing.
But that
And
also allows you to comply with the law.
she won't let you go to
And
jail.
we can say, we want the superintendent to look into this. That's about the only thing we can say. Superintendent, can you look into this?
Or put it on a future agenda.
Yeah,
That's about it.
yeah, pretty much. And again, that's just, for so many reasons, that is not an authentic form of community outreach and engagement. For so many reasons, that fails the test. And so what there's to do is just be thoughtful about what do we want that to look like? And let's design that. And it's probably going to be separate and apart from our normal board meetings.
And I just wanted to make a comment about what you're actually saying, because after the meetings, a lot of the people that do the call to the public are frustrated at the board because we're not
they didn't
interacting.
respond.
Because we're
Yeah.
not interacting, and they don't know that we can't
That was my
interact.
first board.
Yeah.
That was my first, so I was the president of my, parent association at one of my kids' schools. And there were just some major things that weren't right at the school. So I went to the teacher and said, hey, how come this ain't right? And she's like, I'm with you, but that's not, that's something I've pushed forward and gotten nowhere. You need to talk to the principal. So the teacher and I go to the principal. And the principal is, yeah, I agree with you. I've pushed on the district for this and gotten nowhere. You should go to the board, which is actually not the right advice. But it's the advice I took because I didn't know any better.
Very much
So I went to the board meeting. I had the teacher sitting in the back behind me. I had the principal sitting, and I went to the board meeting and I said, hey, this ain't right. And it's not just affecting my kid, it's affecting all the schools, because I'm here on behalf, as the president of the parent association for the school. What are y'all going to do about it? And then the board chair's like, all right, thank you, sir. The next speaker coming forward will be, I was like, whoa. I brought y'all a real situation. Y'all not just going to brush this off. We going to talk about this. What are we going to do to fix it? It's like, sorry, sir, we ain't going to talk to you right now. And I felt deeply offended by that, which is partially why I wound up running for the school board.
Yeah, and
Because-
that's what we've heard from a lot of the public. After that happens, they're frustrated as get out at us, and it's like, no, we can't respond to you.
And again, that's just an indication. Create a space for that. That's all. Create a space for it. Anybody else? Any keeps? Is there another example of a keep? It's not focused on student outcomes, but you still want to keep it. Is there another example of a keep that somebody wants to lift up?
I think 5A, because we legally have to.
Approval of the consent agenda. No, you don't legally have to have a consent agenda.
We
You
don't.
do not.
We don't.
I would keep it.
I would
because
definitely keep it.
Streamlines the rest of the stuff, so you don't have to talk about all of it. But you
Yeah.
don't have to have a consent agenda. But I would keep it because
Yeah.
it gives you more time to spend 50% on the right things.
Yeah, in fact,
cool.
it's most often the other direction. I've run across boards that don't use a consent agenda. It's like, you probably want to add this into your mix, because there's some things that you need to talk about, and so you should talk about them. There are other things, like the toilet paper contract, the pencil and pen contract. I could show you video from a board meeting where they spent 45 minutes talking about the toilet paper contract. I mean, the amount of details into, is this going to be 1-ply or 2-ply? Is this quilted? Is this joint got lotion on it? My baby needs lotion. Like, I can show you that. I can show you that video. And if you ask those board members at the end of that meeting, were they focused on student outcomes, what would they have said?
No.
If you'd asked them if they were focused on student outcomes, what would they have said?
Yes.
They would be like, yeah, absolutely. My kid needs 2-ply. Damn it, he needs that 2-ply.
Exactly.
And so you want to be clear. There's a bunch of stuff that aren't actually going to require your discussion. And so the way you handle those is your consent agenda. And the things that do require discussion, then you have more time to spend on those. And so that's the intention of a consent agenda. I don't know, I haven't analyzed you all closely enough to see if you're using that optimally or not, but that can certainly be part of our conversation going forward. All right, so those are some examples of keeps. Anybody have an example of a delete? Who's got a deletion for me?
I got a deletion.
Of course you do.
I got a deletion. No, it's something I don't know, truly. I don't know if they can legally delete. But it's something that I really think should be deleted, so I wish Eileen was here. I would delete the approval of all of the teacher contracts. I would,
Where's that?
it's 9. Like reemployments, new employments, discontinuous, I would delegate all of that
9D,
to
9E.
my, I would delegate all of that to my superintendent. So community college districts do that
Do
in
that, yeah.
Arizona because they can delegate contracts, the right
Yeah.
to contract. And because getting into individual teacher contracts, these guys don't know the details of all of that, nor should they be.
Well, I don't
digging
like Ms.
into it.
Johnson, so I don't think we should hire her.
Exactly, I've seen that happen.
Yeah, so have I. So this is interesting. This is another one of those things that varies by state. Some states do legally require the board to vote on these things. Most states do not, with the bulk of them kind of leaving it up to like, that's on the board. If they want to do this, great. If they want to delegate it, great, whatever. And certainly Texas, we're like that. It's this needs to happen, but whether y'all do it or you delegate it to the superintendent, whatever your policy says, that's what's legal.
And I'll just say, I think every school district board in Arizona does this, so everybody else does it. I don't think that anybody's ever actually sat down and said, is this an actual decision that needs to be made by the board? Is this something that could be delegated to the superintendent? And because it's really an administrative issue, should we delegate it to? I think people just do it because it's always been done.
So we've got a nomination for a D for a delete. Anybody else? You got a potential delete, potential idea for a delete?
I always wondered why we took job descriptions to the board.
Where are you at?
Well, I guess I'm 9, I and J.
Oh, gotcha. Approval
Keeping
of
with,
yeah, literally, approval of job descriptions, yeah. Is that legally required?
I don't think so. I mean, I would just get rid of all of 9 if it were up to me. I think all of those are things that are within or should be within the superintendent's purview. Now, again, I don't know about the contract piece, but do you have to approve
Job
job
descriptions?
descriptions? No.
So interestingly enough, I know of at least one state where there is something in statute that would lead you to believe the board members need to approve job descriptions. But I can only think of one state where that is partially the case. So yeah, it's again, the intention of this activity isn't to make a decision. We're not making any decisions today. The intention is to question everything that you thought that you understood about your agenda. I just want you to question, is it true or not? Is this actually required, yes or no? And so that's what I want you using this activity for. And so the inquiry to be in the back of your mind is, man, I'd love to know which of these things are required or not required. And then once we know what's required or not, I think there's a board, you can make some decisions. Is this something we want to spend our time on, yes or no? All right, so we've got 2 ideas. Anybody else got an idea for a potential deletion? Anybody out in Zoom land, you got any deletion ideas for us? Or anybody else here at the table? Anybody got to come up with something that you'd say, you know what, we could probably just not do this as a board meeting at all. Just completely deleted from board meetings. All right, well then let's shift gears to the last segment of this. Who's got to modify for me? What's something that you would modify? We're going to keep it in the board meeting, but can we do it a different way, either to be more efficient with it? Maybe it takes an hour. Can we get it done in 15? Yeah, what do you got for me? What would the modification be?
Putting a time limit on them or trying to figure out how to make them more interactive. I think a lot of times it feels like the community and us as board members are getting a lot of data in a lot of way that's not digestible, but it also takes up a lot of minutes on our board agendas.
So this is an interesting one. My district, we actually deleted these. But remember, when I say delete, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It means what? It doesn't happen in a board meeting. If you delete, and so we deleted it, the board still receives all the presentations. How does the board still receive all the presentations? Yeah, the staff create a YouTube video of themselves giving the presentation, and then that gets emailed out to the board 14 days before the board meeting. So then the board members have plenty of time to watch the video of the presentations if they so desire. And so the presentations still happen. Now they're in a YouTube form, which makes it a lot easier for members of the public to view because they don't have to watch the whole meeting. They can just go to whichever YouTube they specifically want. They've got it well in advance, so people can watch it kind of at their own leisure and be able to ask questions in advance to the superintendent about it. But then we don't spend any time at the board meeting on it. So in my district, we actually hit the delete button on that. But yes, to your point, you could modify it. You could figure out how do we use less time on it.
I was just going to say, I have another board that I represent that just did that this week. They just decided to do exactly. They have somebody from Texas, so maybe it just
could be
join
it.
their staff, and they're going to start doing that to allow board members to digest it at their own pace.
Well, that's
and
the other
rate.
thing. Not everybody will take in the information that's, like, maybe in your presentation, you used a whole bunch of fancy education speak stuff I don't know nothing about, but I'm not trying to ask questions about it because I'm new at the board and I ain't trying to look like a fool. So I'm just not going to ask questions about it. But now that just means I have no idea what's actually going on. But if I receive the video in advance, I can go through it. I can Google some stuff that I don't know. I can call the superintendent, or I can call a friend on the board if I don't know something. And then when I show up at the board meeting, now I'm actually ready along with my peers. I'm not behind by default. And so, yeah, I can't imagine a scenario where in my district we would ever go back to any of, because now that we've lived with it, we're like, why did we ever do it any other? It's like dumb to not do it this way. Is the way that is what I suspect you would hear. Especially, I've got one particular board member. Like, she is an amazing board member, but she just needs more processing time. And so now that she has that, like, you would have to wait for her to leave the board before you could take it away from her.
And my question is, obviously, they have the processing time, and the questions they have go directly to the superintendent. So their discussion is gone as well. So it's, because I know we've done flipped in the past, or at least I think we have, where there was still space created for any questions or discussion or dialogue around that topic, but would you help me to understand that? That's just, the whole thing's gone.
Just gone.
So we put out a video on student achievement.
Well, so
and that
if
one
it's
might be
actually about our
different.
goals, what
Okay.
would we do? If it's actually about monitoring progress toward our goals, that's what we want to spend the time on.
Okay.
So that we would do a deep dive in. But I suspect none of these look like they're things you would have a goal around. Law enforcement usage is not something you're going to have a goal around because your students aren't law enforcement officers, so that's not a student outcome. And so does the board need information about it? Clearly. Does the board have questions for the superintendent about it? Clearly. Is there probably some decision that the board will make in the future? Absolutely. And if there is, that decision-making should be on the agenda.
Okay.
But in my district, the presentation would not be. The presentation, board members would show up at the meeting already having had that information and can have a deeper discussion as a based on it. It's not the board would show up and listen to a presentation for an hour.
I would, Superintendent Andrade, I would say, I would still want that presentation on student achievement ahead of time if that's feasible to have it.
Yeah.
Right, because then I can digest it, and then I would want the time reserved at the board meeting to facilitate authentic dialogue between board members.
That's right.
So it'd be
That's
like,
exactly
hey, I
it.
watched this video, now I have questions about the student achievement data I
Yeah,
saw in the video.
and that's what we do. In my district, that's exactly what happens, is all of the presentations, including all the information about the goal that's being monitored at this meeting, all that's received 14 days in advance, so board members have tons of time to dig into it, ask questions, all of that. And so then at the meeting, it's just like we dive in. We don't need to do a 3-hour dog and pony. Like, we can just dive into the generative dialogue so board members spend more time actually engaging with board members than just passively listening to presentations for hours. All right, so that's a potential modify or potential delete. Anybody else have a potential modify? What's another example? Oh, you had a modify? You want to hit your volume?
There was juice in there. I was scared. I put modify celebrations and superintendent's report
Yeah.
to be together,
Okay.
as long as they're goal oriented.
Nice. So we would want the superintendent to be reporting out on, here are the students who are growing in the areas of our goals. So I absolutely love that. So we actually do that, my district as well. So whatever students are being recognized that month are the students who've grown most in the areas of whatever goal is being monitored that month. So if we're monitoring third grade literacy, I'd expect to see a group of first, second, or third graders, whichever data points we're looking at, who made the most growth in that area. What's important about this, and this is why I love that you lift this up, guess what kids almost never get recognized in our school systems? The children who are growing. It's normally children who are at the top of proficiency. And you said it earlier. You said the kid who we recognized was a kid who was the top artist who got recognized. But what about the little AJ who couldn't draw to save his life at the beginning of the school year, but has now really grown tremendously? Does that kid ever get recognized? No, they should, but they never get recognized. Or we'll bring in the kid with the highest literacy rate. Oh, this kid got a perfect score at the ACT. But what about little AJ who came in 2 grade levels behind and is now on grade level? Like, that's crazy growth. Does that kid ever get recognized? No. And so we don't honor the hard work and the effort of our children. And I think that's problematic. So the recommend that you said, no, actually, shouldn't we be honoring the kids who are growing? Pfft, hallelujah, 100% with you on that one. Is that so often those are the kids who we say that we care about, but are often when it comes to celebration, we don't celebrate them. We don't celebrate them at all. And so, yeah, I love that as a potential modification, is can we celebrate the children who are growing in the areas of our goals? And that's what the superintendent should be reporting out on. And then, when we do that, my district, we'll have the students who are up front, they're getting photos and they're getting praised on, and we're asking them questions. But then at some point, somebody will say, hey, and we know that there are parents, who have really been the difference makers for these young people and supporting their growth. We know there are teachers and principals in the audience who've been the difference. If you're one of the parents or teachers, principal of these students, please stand up and be acknowledged. And, we acknowledge the adults as well, but we acknowledge the adults because of the growth the students have experienced. What this also suggests that is often missed is boards frequently think that the biggest impact that you have is as policymakers. I don't know that I agree with that. I think the biggest impact the boards often have, when they're really intentional about it, is as culture makers. That what the culture that we want for our school system, I think winds up being an echo of what happens in our boardrooms. And so if in the boardroom, we say that proficiency matters most because that's what we celebrate, then I think that becomes the culture in our buildings, is we don't care about your growth, we care about your proficiency. This is where we get stuff like, well, where are my bubble kids? No, I'm not worried about these kids who are so far behind we can't get them proficient. Where are the kids who are so close? Let's just focus all our energy on them because then they can be proficient. But I think that's a culture norm that starts in the boardroom and echoes in the classroom. So if you say, no, we're not, we're going to constantly, there'll be some proficiency that we honor, but a lot of what we're honoring is around growth. I think that creates a different culture in your buildings as well. It's like, no. If you want shine in this district, show me you putting points on the board for our children. Show me that you are causing children to grow. That's when you're going to get celebrated by this board. And so, I'm sorry, I'll shut up now, but your recommendation, I absolutely love that because of the impact it could have on the culture of our school. Like, are we lifting up our children who have never been honored before? Most of the time, the answer is no. You could change all of that as a board. You could change all of that. One more. Anybody else have a modify that you want to share? Loved that one. Loved that one so much. Anybody else have a modify? Yeah.
Superintendent's report. In the past, it's been a lot of current events, and if we can get real clear on some weekly board reports and briefs that I can provide you of the events around the district and the celebrations or just things that are going on, which is a lot of the superintendent's report, and hyper-focus it on goals or student outcomes. I think that we could trim off quite a bit of time there. The only thing I struggle with a little bit is it's also an opportunity to show the community all the great things we're doing. So I guess I would just pause there because a lot of informed teachers and parents, people watch. It's streamed now, right? So it is an example of us
Yeah.
promoting our district.
This begs a really important question. Who's your biggest audience for watching board meetings? Any guesses? Staff. In every district I work with, same thing. The biggest consumers of board meetings are staff. So what that does suggest is if there's something that's important that you would want staff to know, something that really helps build the culture that you want with staff, there's a good argument for doing that in the board meeting. If it's something you want parents to know, I see almost no compelling argument for thinking that the board meeting is going to accomplish that. Like, I just don't see it. So if you want parents to know something, you're gonna have to find another way for parents to know it. If you want staff, and particularly, your staff who are in leadership roles, whether at the buildings, because often whoever your lead teacher is or your union steward is, like these people are more likely, I think, than most anybody else in the community to be watching those board meetings, and they're probably going to convey what they heard at the board meeting onto a larger circuit. And so a lot of your staff who are in various types of leadership capacities are going to be the primary consumers of your board meetings. So if there's a message you're trying to get out to them, you could make an argument for the board meetings being a great venue for that. I don't think you can make an argument for it being a venue to communicate with your community at large, outside of your parents, or even to your parents. I think you're going to have to pick other strategies for making that happen.
So I'm just going to give a little background on superintendent's report. So it is something that's allowed by the open meeting law without listing anything, but you have to list, you have to only talk about current events. That's why it's like that. So that doesn't mean you can't modify it. You just have to list out the topics that you're going to be talking about with more specificity. But that's why it's been current events. But you should modify, if you want to, you just have to know that we're just going to have to change it on the agenda a little bit to comply with the open meeting law. But that's not a hurdle. It's just so that you know.
Well, and my coaching would be, I'd nominate this for a D. But to do exactly what you said, is instead of doing a bunch of current events at the board meeting, I send those out on a weekly basis to board members so every week you're getting update on whatever the events are. And a lot of districts do that where they get the end of week update. Here are the key things that happened, not stuff that you have to respond to or do anything about immediately, but just so that you as a board member are informed about major goings on in the district on a weekly basis. That's pretty common. I see relatively little value in the superintendent giving an update on who went on field trips this week or who's going on field trips next week. Like I find it of very limited value for a board meeting time. Like for other types of meetings, parent meetings, I think it's probably really awesome. But for board meetings, I question the value.
Which is probably why it's an exception to the open meeting law, right?
Yeah. All right, so we've done keep, delete, modify. We're going to walk away from this activity, but before we do, why did we do this activity and what did you take away from it? Why did we do? So first we did a yes or no as it focused on student outcomes, and then for all the ones that there was a no, we asked you to think, do you want to keep, delete, or modify it? But we're not actually making any decisions, so why did we do this activity and what are you taking away from it?
For me, the agenda is the structure of our meeting and dictates how much time we spend on each thing. So if this is just the way it's always been in Phoenix Union, then new board members show up and it's just the way it's always been and we got to vote on all this stuff and get through it versus focusing on stuff that's focused on our goals that we set as a board for student outcomes.
Yeah.
I didn't note it. I forgot to mention this earlier, but for 11 general administration where we're accepting grants, I put delete because I don't know, Lynn, maybe you can help us. Like, I don't really find any real, purpose to that in our meetings.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if you have to accept those grants or not. Again, for some of them you might have to, but again, I've dug into this for like community college districts. They don't have to. their board, their staff administration does it. So I don't know if you'd have to, and again, there might be exceptions once in a while for a grant, but generally speaking, donations, they're just processed administratively. So I think
Yeah.
that's a really good point.
It is a great point, because this also varies state to state. So there are some states where it is legally required, the board must accept any donations. If somebody offers $1, doesn't matter, the board has to vote on it. And then there are other states where board policy is the deciding factor. And so I can think of one particular district where essentially their policy is anything under $50,000, if a donation comes in, superintendent, it's your call. Anything over $50,000, bring to the board, put on the board's consent agenda, and, we'll handle it that way. And so I don't know what, your attorney will have to figure out what's legal or not, but it sounds like this may be an area where you all have to decide what makes the most sense. Well, is there a threshold or, things like that? And sometimes there'll be stuff, that the superintendent will be like, nah, I'm not accepting this from these folks. The Aryan Brotherhood wants to donate, $10 for T-shirts. The superintendent may be like, yeah, I don't know that's that I want for right now. And so you've got to decide, are you comfortable with the superintendent making that call or not? But that's where the policy decision comes in. And I think the thing for the board to do is just to think, what is the parameters in which, or the threshold in which we're comfortable with the superintendent making decision, and then let's delegate that, and anything that's outside of that comes back to us. Something like that is commonly how folks deal with these things. But I'm with you. Like, I'm seeing a donation for $500 on here. For real though, y'all want to talk about that?
It's currently at 300. So it just hasn't been changed in a long time.
$300?
Anything over $300.
Oh, so your policy does allow you to accept, so the law must allow you to accept all of them,
Gotcha.
Probably.
It's normally a consent agenda item, and people have to pull it if they want to pull, a certain donor out.
Right, but part of it is, do you want to set it up so that any one of you can pull it? Because you all are probably in alignment now, but just, you've
Right.
seen other boards, they're going to start pulling stuff.
Sure.
Yeah, that is a really important point that you bring up, is structure it for kind of what do you think makes the most sense for the long term, not just what works for the dad. I think that's decent counsel. Any other reflections on why we're having this conversation, what you're taking away from this keep, delete, modify activity? Any other comments before we transition? Any other comments before we transition?
I just feel like we're freeing up a lot of space to have the right conversations and keep laser focused on what it is we're trying to accomplish, and not getting distracted but by other things that are important, but maybe not center stage board meeting.
Yeah. All right, so we've spent most of our time talking about the vision of the community. But now what we've started to blur into is a little bit about the values of the community. And so as a way of starting to wind down, I want to transition a little bit, because these are actually two different things. And it is the job of the board to represent both the vision of the community, and that's always about what the community wants its students to know and be able to do. But the board also has an obligation to represent the values of the community. And these are the non-negotiables that have to be honored on the path to accomplishing the goals. So the way that I describe this, the way that the board represents the values, I was leaving my office and going to the airport one day, and so I needed to get an Uber. When you open up the app, what's the first thing you tell the Uber? Where are you going? Yeah, so the very first thing I give it is my vision. Where do I want to be? And so I say, I want to be at the airport. And so the Uber zooms up, I hop in the back seat, and on this particular day, I happen to know that the most obvious path to the airport, the major highway that would normally take you straight there, is actually completely shut down for construction. So I lean forward to the Uber driver, and I say, don't take I-35. Don't take this particular highway. What was the value I was trying to protect by telling the driver not to take this highway? What's the value I was trying to protect? Yeah, the value I was trying to protect was time. At this point, I have given the Uber driver, the superintendent, if you will, I've given the Uber driver my vision, which is what? Get me to the airport, and my value, which is what? Get me there on time. So now that I've given the Uber driver my vision and my value, or what we refer to when the board adopts them, my goal and my guardrail, once I've given the superintendent, my goal and my guardrail, the vision the community has for what students should know and be able to do, and the guardrail, the non-negotiable values that have to be honored. Once I've told the Uber driver my vision to get me to the airport, my value, get me there on time, don't take this particular highway. Who decides whether we go left or right? The driver decides. Who decides if we speed up or slow down? Of the remaining ways, there's probably 5 other ways to get to the airport. Who chooses which of those ways we go to get to the airport? Why does the driver choose those instead of me? Well, so in part because I've delegated the role to them. Why else? Why do I leave it to them to make the decision? Well, they're the one driving. I certainly don't want to just reach up there and start jerking around on the steering wheel from the back seat. Any other reason? Why would I want the superintendent, the driver, to make that decision of which of the remaining paths to take rather than me? What has the driver probably been doing all day? Yeah, they've probably been driving. Yeah, they have some insights into driving and into which path to take that I may not have. I know definitely don't take this path. I know taking this path would definitely be a violation of my value of timeliness. But that doesn't mean I know which path after this one is the most optimal to take. Whoever's been on the road all day is going to have more insights into, okay, where's the domino effect? Which of the remaining paths to the airport is least affected by the fact that there's construction on the main path. In this moment, I am governing the Uber. I'm not managing the Uber. I'm governing it. I am representing my vision and values, but I'm delegating to the driver, the superintendent, the job of implementing my vision and values. In that moment, I am governing the Uber. And this is the nature of board work. Is even though it's not your job to implement the vision and values of the community, it is your job to represent them, which means you have to write them down and make them plain. When the board hears the vision of the community, you write that down in the form of goals. When the board hears the values of the community, you write that down in the form of guardrails. Where goals are what are the smart student outcomes that we want, the smart priorities that we want for what our students should know and be able to do. The guardrails are the non-negotiable values of the community that must be honored by the superintendent and the staff. The non-negotiables. And so we tell the superintendent, accomplish these things, that's the vision, we adopt those as goals. And we tell the superintendent, don't do these things because that'd be a violation of the community's values. Those are the guardrails. What's an example of a value that you can think of that you would not want violated while you're on your path to accomplishing the goals? What's an example of a value in this community, something that is a strongly held value in this community that you would want to ensure is not being violated while you're on your path to accomplishing the goals? Yeah, student dignity. So maybe you say the goal is I want to improve the percentage of students who can demonstrate empathy as measured by AJ's empathy indicator. I want to increase the percentage of students who can demonstrate empathy from 35% to 70%, from June of 2023 to June of 2028. So that's my goal. It's something I want my students to know and be able to do. I want the percentage of students who are literate on grade level in third grade to increase from 50% in June of 2022 to 70% by June of 2027. So I've got my goals. But then on the guardrail side, I might say the superintendent may not use practices that diminish student dignity. And so what it says is, even if this would help you accomplish the goal, it's out of bounds because it's a violation of my community's values. And so the way the board addresses that is you adopt a guardrail. It says, what is off limits? What is the superintendent not allowed to do on her way to implementing the goals? What's another example of a value, a non-negotiable that has to be honored on the path to accomplishing the goals. Somebody else give me another example. What's another example of a potential value that has to be honored that the board should adopt as a guardrail? What's a value that's really, really important to you? It's not a student outcome, but it's still super important to you. What's another example?
Equity.
Equity. It's a perfect example. It's not a student outcome. It's not measuring what students know are able to do. It's actually measuring how are adults behaving. But yeah, one of the more common guardrails that I see boards adopt is the superintendent will not allow students to be treated inequitably, or will not allow an inequitable distribution of resources, or a variety of things like that, where it's clear that the value that the board is trying to protect is the value of equity. Absolutely. And so you wouldn't have a goal about it, but it's still deeply meaningful that the board represent it, because your job is not just to represent the vision, the goals, but also the values. So you need guardrails for that. So you have goals and guardrails to represent the vision and the values. And so yeah, you'd have goals about what students know and are able to do, and guardrails that say what's off limit for the adults to do. And so yeah, maybe we'd have a guardrail around equity, or maybe you'd have a guardrail around student safety. Again, it's not a student outcome. It's not a measure of what students are doing. It's a measure of what is the environment adults are creating. But maybe you have a guardrail around it. What's an area of student safety that you might create a guardrail around? Reporting? All right, say it again, this time into the mic.
Mandatory reporting requirements and law enforcement notifications, and the guardrails would be around, how they're conducted, like, no sirens on, when police show up at a campus for something like that.
So maybe the superintendent will not allow law enforcement practices that harm, in the instructional environment. Okay, and then it says, look, do whatever you need to do around student safety, but if the practices are creating harm for the instructional environment, that's out of bounds. You got to find a different way. You got to find a different way, because that would be such a violation of our community's values that it's just unacceptable, and we won't tolerate it. This is the purpose of guardrails, to make clear what are the values of our community, to make them plain, and then to task the superintendent with making sure that the district is operating in a way that is honoring the values of the community. What questions do you have about guardrails? What questions do you have about guardrails? So we've talked about goals, but now we're also recognizing that it's not enough just to represent the community's vision with your goals. You also have to represent the community's values with your guardrails. And by the way, you all will get a post reading after this that Sarah can send out that recaps most of what we talked about here today. So you don't have to remember everything perfectly. There'll be a short read that'll allow you to catch up on everything that we've described. But any questions about guardrails, about the board capturing the values of the community in terms of non-negotiables that the superintendent has to honor? Questions about guardrails? All right, then what I want you to do is on your paper, write an example of a guardrail. It's a prohibition. So remember, guardrails are about what the superintendent may not do. Write an example of a guardrail, something that the superintendent may not do because doing so would be a violation of the community's values. Write an example of a guardrail. The superintendent may not do what? What is something that is off limits because it'd be a violation of the community's values? So some of the examples have already come up. The superintendent, may not allow inequitable treatment of students, or the superintendent may not distribute resources inequitably, or the superintendent may not make decisions without engaging with impacted stakeholders, or the superintendent may not employ law enforcement techniques that disrupt the learning environment. Write down an example of a guardrail. It's something that is off limits, is a non-negotiable. This would be out of bounds, and the superintendent is obligated to protect this community value. Go ahead and write an example of a guardrail. What is something the superintendent may not what? The superintendent may not do, or the superintendent may not allow. And try to be clear, what is the value I'm trying to protect here? And identify the superintendent may not. Give you a few more seconds to write before we ask some people to share out. All right, who will give the first example of a potential guardrail? Who will give the first example?
I will, even though I'm not a board member. I said
Okay.
the superintendent may not fail to investigate complaints of harassment, discrimination, or bullying.
All right, so the superintendent will not allow discrimination, harassment, bullying, to go uninvestigated. Got it. What another example of a potential? Oh, if you had to sum it up in one word, what's the value that is trying to protect?
I'm trying to think of one word.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm a lawyer. How could I possibly do that? I guess respect.
Gotcha. All right, who else? What's a potential guard? Yeah. And give us the one word. What is the one word? What's the value this is trying to protect?
Agency.
Agency, got it. All right, what's the guardrail?
I put down that not allowed to take away agency, influence, threaten, or intimidate the room.
Yeah, got it. What's another example of potential guardrail?
I have one around just the enrollment. So
Enrollment?
denying or preventing access, whether that be to coursework or to a portfolio program, due to maybe a single indicator. So representing that whole child value of multiple measures and giving kids scaffolds to get there. So just because you're not like this high flyer doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to go to maybe bioscience with
Yeah.
a little bit of extra support. So
Yes,
we're not going to
like
have
this.
rigid enrollment practices.
The superintendent will not deny students access to opportunity based on a single data point. Yeah, that could be a really great example of a guardrail. Who else? What's another example of a potential guardrail? Something the superintendent may not do because it would violate our core values. Anybody else have an example? Yeah.
Superintendent may not disproportionately discipline male students.
Got it. Superintendent may not disproportionately discipline male students. Got it.
And my one word is equity.
Equity. So for the board to be effective, these are the two things that you need to have. You need to have your goals that say what is our vision, community's vision for what students will know and be able to do. You need to have guardrails that say what are the non-negotiables that have to be honored. And then you'll spend time monitoring progress relative to your goals, and you'll spend time monitoring progress relative to your guardrails. So here's the challenge. If there are serious things happening in your school system that you want to protect against, my coaching is you need a guardrail around this so that you have, and then we work to put in a system of measurements so that you'd have a way of knowing over time, are we honoring this value in our school system? You wouldn't just make it up from case to case. You'd sit down and say, what is the value that has to be honored? What is the prohibition we're going to put on our superintendent? And then we have to identify what are the measures we're going to use to make sure this value is actually being honored in reality. Not just what I think about it, but what we have data to back up that this value is being honored. And then we'd identify some goals and say, here are the things that students must know and be able to do. Here are the high priority areas. And then we come up with a set of metrics around it so that you could actually monitor progress. So it's not a matter of opinion. It's not the superintendent's opinion, not my opinion, not anybody's. But what does the data tell us about whether or not students are growing in the areas that we want them to grow? So this becomes the work of the board. And so you think about how you're currently spending time. What I'm suggesting is that what you want to do is You'd want to govern in the same way that I was governing that Uber. Get clear about the goals, get clear about the guardrails, and then monitor progress over time to make sure that the goals and the guardrails that the goals are being accomplished and the guardrails are being honored. That is the nature of the coaching. And when I say that the board that spends its time focused on adult inputs to the exclusion of focus on student outcomes is the board that sets its students up to fail, what I mean is if we're not actually setting goals, setting guardrails, monitoring progress toward them, then we're not actually governing effectively. We're not actually setting students up to succeed. So, we are reaching the end of what I came to share with you. This was intended to be an orientation into what are board practices that can help you increase in your effectiveness. What questions or comments do you have? It could be about inputs, outputs, outcomes, adult outcomes, student outcomes, goals about student outcomes. It could be about monitoring. It could be about how the board uses its time. It could be about guardrails. What questions, comments do you have before we begin to transition? Everything's open. What do you got? Questions or comments? Yeah.
Could you maybe talk about different governance models and your governance model? Obviously, we heard a lot about it today, but the other ones that other boards are, implementing or toying with or trying to implement, and how do you compare, contrast this governance model to the other ones you know about?
Yeah, so there's what I would refer as to the default government model, which is essentially what you all already do. And that's also what my board, not my current district, but my last district, that's also exactly what we did when I joined the board, is that we used the default governance model, which is to say that we weren't actually governing. We were just flitting about from fire and emergency to fire and emergency, but never actually paying attention to where students actually learning. That is what I define as the default governance model, is that we're not actually setting priorities and monitoring progress toward them and aligning resources to those priorities. We're just chasing whatever is the current loud thing that we hear. And my analysis, and I haven't completed it because I haven't watched all 6 months of your board meetings, but my analysis of you all right now is you all employ the traditional default governance methodology, in that basically whatever is on your plate in front of you, that's what you deal with. But it's not strategic. It's not looking at the big picture. It's not focused on student outcomes. It's largely focused on adult inputs. And this is the default. And if your students are already doing pretty well, then my experience is that the default is okay. Like, if your students are already, by and large, experiencing all the benefits that you want for them, then the default actually is just fine. And so you'll find a lot of districts, particularly in really kind of high affluence, high privilege areas, they're using the default. People are like, well, it's working out for them. Well, yeah, that's because they don't need their school system to be optimal, because the kids are still going to get their needs met whether the school system falls down or not. What there is to be clear about is there are some students, I refer to them as the little AJs, because they frequently have stories, life stories like mine, where the school system is the safety net. And there aren't a bunch of other safety nets. There's an affluence as a safety net. There are other forms of privilege as a safety net. And if we don't get it done in the school system, then children fall through, and the landing it's hard. This is the practical function of what we commonly refer to as the school-to-prison pipeline. It's that we were the last safety net, and we failed as a safety net, and children hit rock bottom, and they hit it hard. And so the default governance model, I think, works fine if there's a ton of safety nets and kids don't need us. But if that's not true for us, and it's definitely not true in the majority of the places where I choose to live and where I choose to work, where I choose to, districts I choose to support, then we have to be optimal. And to be clear, there's a percentage of your students who are going to be fine regardless of how much you as a board fail to govern effectively. What I'm suggesting to you is there's a group of students, again, I think of the little AJs, who they need the extra lift and effectiveness for them to have a shot. And so your lack of effectiveness, you want to be clear, it doesn't equally impact every student. Your lack of effectiveness disproportionately impacts the students who are already furthest from educational justice. Every moment of ineffective practice on your part is disproportionately harmful to the children who are in greatest need of the blessing that you have to offer. Your privileged children can endure this indefinitely. Your little AJs cannot. And so that is my argument for, if you have a general sense of ease around what your students are receiving, then I think the default form of governance actually can work for you just fine. If you feel like there are significant improvements that have to be made, then I think you need to look outside of the default. Outside of the default, there are a few options. They all tend to be similar flavors of each other. All of them seem to be trying to help you identify what are priorities and how do you behave in a way that helps those priorities get prioritized. And so what we do at the council with large urban districts across the country is this, what we refer to as a student outcomes focused approach to governing, where we're saying, what are the student outcomes? And that is the centerpiece, and we're gonna spend 50% of our time. Nobody else is talking like this. The only people out here talking like this is us. So if you've never heard this before, that is not surprising to me. To me, that is the default. What we're saying is the main thing is the main thing, and that's student outcomes. And we exemplify that by investing at least 50% of our time. What I also have for you is evidence that I believe is compelling that suggests that boards behave that way, significantly increase the likelihood that students will actually grow in their school systems above and beyond boards that don't behave that way. I think you actually hamper the likelihood that your students will grow. So that's the student outcomes focused, and the key thing to it is it unapologetically is saying the most important thing above everything else, no matter what's happening on Twitter this week, no matter what's happening on Facebook or TikTok this week, unapologetically, the most important thing is our children learning. That is what we refer to as a student outcomes focused approach to governing. There are other focused approaches to governing that are a little less radical, and so if that's a bit much for your taste, don't worry, there are options. Probably the most commonly used option among school boards across the nation, something called policy governance. Policy governance is very similar. It does recommend that you have, it doesn't do goals because it aren't smart. It says end results. And it doesn't do guardrails because it aren't limited, whereas ours are. It does limitations. But there are there are a number of similarities between policy governance, but it's not what we recommend, only because we think that a student outcomes focused approach is much more tailored and was literally designed by large urban board members for large urban board members. Whereas policy governance is very useful, but we just don't think it's nearly as tailored as we'd recommend. So you could do policy governance and not be intensely focused on student outcomes. It's very easy. But that is an option if you want a lot more flexibility. And I want to be clear, the student outcomes focused approach is not designed for your comfort and flexibility. It is designed with one bias and one bias only in mind. How do we maximize the attention that student outcomes is receiving so that we maximize the likelihood student outcomes is improving? And so the number one reason people don't like a student outcomes focused approach is because it prioritizes student outcomes above everything else in ways that is really uncomfortable for adults. And so if you don't want to handle this discomfort, then definitely pick something else. This is not for you. But if you can endure the discomfort and it's important to you that you maximize student performance, then we'd say this is your better option. Another option that is brand new, so I've never seen it before, School Board Partners has rolled out empowered governance. Empowered governance seeks, from what I can tell, like I said, I haven't seen it in action because it's brand new, so I'm trying to represent it accurately with what I know, is essentially they're trying to fall in between policy governance and student outcomes focused governance, that they're trying to have more flexibility for other issues that aren't student outcomes, but still get closer to a focus on student outcomes than policy governance does. And so if you want less of a focus on student outcomes and more of a focus on other areas of community value that are important to you, the student outcomes focused approach is probably not the way for you, and this empowered probably is. Obviously, there's a trade-off. Everything is about trade-off. If you pick policy governance, then you have maximum flexibility, but I would argue you run the risk of minimal impact. If you pick student outcomes-focused approach to governing, you have maximum opportunity for impact, but at the cost of minimizing flexibility. And then you have what I would describe as empowered governance trying to kind of do the Goldilocks approach, not too hot, not too cold. And so it maximizes, I think it strikes the strongest balance of student outcomes and adult comfort. Whereas I think policy governance is very comfortable, and student outcomes focused approach tends to be very uncomfortable. Probably not surprising to you. I strongly recommend if your children are, if the nature of your students' suffering is great, I recommend you deprioritize your own comfort and prioritize their performance. But that is really a values decision that each board has to make. But of all of the things being practiced out there, everything that I've seen, probably 95% of what I see is the default, which is what you all already do, which, again, if your kids are highly privileged, I think you're fine. If that's not the case, I think this is trash, in that it will harm your children. If you feel like your children need something more, then those other three represent probably the remaining, some permutation of those three is the remaining of what I see out there. Is that responsive to your inquiry?
The empowered governance model, so I'm still digesting it, but I wanted to hear your take on what you thought they were trying to do.
Yeah, I think what boards have to do is they have to think through what are the pros and cons, similarities and differences, and then pick whichever approach to governing best matches. But for most of our districts in the council, the default approach to governing, declarative, is not working. For our large urban serving districts where the largest percentage of our students are students, in great need, the default, what you all currently do, is definitively not working for our large urban school systems. We need something more intensive than what that offers. But again, these three options, from policy governance, empowered governance, student outcomes focused approach to governing, I'd recommend any of those would be better than what you're doing.
Do you have a good example of like a near peer, like I don't know if Houston's a near peer district that's just a high school district that is sort of 3 to 5 years into student outcomes?
I don't know of any other high school only large urban districts in the nation.
Right, we're it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of, everybody else has, the whole pre-K-12. But yeah, so there are a lot of other districts that are similar to you all. I happen to live in Houston. I know quite a bit about Houston. Yeah. They've asked me to be their coach, and so I'll be starting working with them shortly. And if that's something that you all want, we can talk about getting you coaching as well. But yes, they started moving in this direction. I would say they were more at the kind of, I'd say they were closer to the policy governance end of the spectrum. Only now do they seem to be pushing pretty hard to get more toward the student outcomes focused end of the spectrum. But they started on this path back in 2017 and then took a huge hiatus from it and are now trying to really go at it hard. Another district that's relatively close to you, that you, Long Beach.
San Jose, maybe?
So what?
San Jose?
San Francisco.
San Francisco?
San Francisco started this work about 18 months ago, and so they are in the midst of implementation.
I've seen Seattle.
Seattle started this work about 2 years ago. They're pretty far down the road. Dallas is the other one, I'd say, is among some of the furthest down the road. And so you could call board members at any of those places and ask them, hey, kind of, what are your thoughts? You can call the superintendent at any of those places. and they could give you some insights into their experience. Yeah.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Or hopefully quick. So I've worked with boards that are policy governance, and so I know what guardrails look like for that, how they're, like, in a practical perspective.
Yeah.
How, if this board went for a student outcomes perspective, how do they communicate or adopt guardrails? What does that look like?
Yeah. So if this is a path, if this is a journey this board wanted to take, one of the next steps is that you'd have to start the listening, because you don't represent you represent the community. So you actually, perish of thought, have to actually go out and listen to the community. So one of the very next steps would be, we'd have to design a listening campaign for y'all to go out and conduct the listening. And then in order to adopt your goals and guardrails, there are two key sources of information that you need in order to adopt your goals and guardrails, in order to craft them and adopt them. One is the community listening, and that's the board's job to go out and gather all that listening. And the other is student data, like what is currently true for our students, in particular where the high areas of high leverage, high need, and your superintendent would pull that together for you. And then once you had completed your listening and she had completed her analysis, we'd sit down with all that information, and as a board, you draft out what are our goals and what are our guardrails. And then there's some iterative process, but then usually about a month or two later, then the board would finally formally adopt it. And then we'd go into, okay, now how do we implement these in all of our board work? How do we redesign our agendas around our goals and guardrails? How do we redesign our superintendent evaluation around our goals and guardrails? How do we redesign our budget adoption around our goals and guardrails? Like, if you say that the community's vision and values matter, that have to be at the center of everything. That has to be the center of everything. The community's vision, not yours, the community's. The community's values, not yours, the community's. That has to be at the center of everything. And so every decision the board makes, from its agendas to its budgets to its superintendent evaluation to its self-evaluation and everything else, has to be grounded in how is this aligned with the community's vision and the community's values, with the goals and the guardrails. And so that's the nature of the work. It's the next step. The board does the listening, the superintendent does the analyzing, then we have a retreat session where we sit down and the board synthesizes that into a set of goals and guardrails, and then once that's adopted, then there's ongoing coaching to support the board at redesigning all of its systems, rewriting your policies, rewriting your procedures, doing everything necessary to align the board's work with the goals and guardrails that's adopted. For most boards, this is an 18 to 24-month journey. This is not a flip a switch and this happens. For most boards that are starting where you're starting at, this is an 18 to 20. It doesn't take that long to get the goals and guardrails adopted. You can get that done in the next 4 to 6 months if you want, depending on how quickly you want to move. It does take much longer to redesign all of your systems as a governance team to be aligned with the community's vision and values. Right now, your behaviors are not aligned with the community's vision and values. How do I know? Because you don't know what they are, because you haven't said what they are as a board. But once you know what they are, then it actually does take some amount of work and effort over time to reorganize everything you do to be in alignment with your community's vision and values. So right now, you're guessing, you're making it up. You live in a perpetual state of delusion around the extent to which what we do actually honors our community's vision and values. It is possible to get to a point of clarity on do our behaviors as a board honor the vision and values of our community? Rather than making it up and assuming I know, you could actually know in reality. What I'm saying is that process of getting there, that normally takes another 12 to 18 months, or that's why the whole thing together usually takes 18 to 24 months to get there. Other questions? Then I want to do two things. I know that there is a piece of this agenda where you all want to discuss your strategic plan, particularly the campus and community safety aspect of it. But I also want to give you the opportunity to think on, okay, what are the things that are most important to us as a governing body, and what is the action we would take to make sure that that particular value, community value, because I definitely get this. Campus and community safety is a core value that is important. I'm assuming it's important to the community. I don't know, and y'all haven't done the listening, so I'm not clear that y'all know either. But I'm assuming that's probably the case. of what would it look like for us as a board to actually make sure in reality that that value is being honored, as opposed to just bouncing around from thing to thing based on the week. And so I want to ask I'm assuming the superintendent to speak on the strategic plan and where you all at regarding that. And then if you want, I'm happy to be available. I think you're chairing the meeting right now, right?
Yes, and before we go into that, I'd like a break. I think I
Yeah.
really do need like at least a 10-minute break.
Then I recommend let's take a break, come back, hear the strategic plan update, and then I can come in on the tail end and have some conversation about, okay, board, now that you've heard that, and given all that we've done today, what are your thoughts about what the board might want to do to really govern in a way that makes sure that these values are being honored?
Lynn, is that something that we can do in this meeting?
So we have, so for the strategic plan, all we have is discussion of commitment 5 as opposed to the entire strategic
yeah,
plan. So it
yeah,
would be
just
just,
5.
and the only other thing I'll note is, I think Stephanie is available online. I know that Jenny has to leave pretty soon. Is Stephanie able to participate online? Because if not, we're going to lose our quorum.
She's
I
able to,
board my flight in 30 minutes.
Okay. So,
but Board Member Hernandez will join via Teams as soon as she leaves, correct?
okay, and you can participate where, okay, then we can keep our quorum. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
All right, so it's almost 25 after. Are you saying you want us to come back at 35 after?
Yes, 35 after, 1:35.
All right, see you 1:35.
All right, y'all, we're coming back from break. Yeah, we need Board Member Hernandez to come back. All right, so the next item is 6A, discussion of Commitment 5, Campus and Community Safety. Ms. Andrade?
Okay, Governing Board President, Clerk Napa and board members. As you know, on July 3rd, the City of Phoenix approved and signed in an IGA for the SRO Safety Grant Program that was not fully in alignment with the original IGA that we had wanted to push through. Part of that is because it is part of the safety grant and associated with statutes with SROs. And so we will be reconnecting with the City of Phoenix to craft a independent IGA for our police officer interactions, independent of a safety grant and independent of an SRO grant. In the interim, we believe that the best approach to protecting our students in the absence of the student protections inside the IGA was to take a deep dive into some of the policies that we have around student interrogations, searches, arrests, as well as student records. These are the most pertinent to the missing components in the IGA as we crosswalked. We have taken language, and I say that we lightly, and really the credit here is due to Ms. Eileen Fernandez, but the language directly out of the IGA and really placed it into our current policies. I have sent you the original policies. Today we're going to share with you some red line versions. In some cases, it is truly a change and specificity in policy. In other areas, it's because of that policy change, it dominoes to an exhibit or a regulation. In some cases, it's a minor change of just language, and in other cases, it's a very specific one. One that resonates pretty deeply with me was the student records. You know, old institution, 130 years old, and what we allow in our directory was growing and growing through the years, to a point where we were really in a position to be giving away a lot of student information in our directory. And with positive intent, I believe, you know, whether it's the AIA or whether it was ABOR that we're cooperating with, or whether it was, you know, who knows, but slowly but surely the list grew and grew and grew. And so we were able to kind of put some guardrails, if you will, around that, of who receives that and when, because we don't want to have to provide this type of information to a charter school, to a competitor, or to someone who is going to misuse the information where it doesn't align with our values. So, and right now we're prone to that. So we really need to take a look at that. Specifically as it related to the IGA, oftentimes we have detectives or officers show up and they just want information, and because they're in uniform and otherwise badge, our administrators would just cooperate with that, and we don't necessarily have to just hand over protected student information. Because an officer knows that, you know, they can get it from the school. So we've tried our best to incorporate the student protections into these policies. I'm going to lean over to Eileen to guide you through many of the changes. And again, today is not really about decisions, but I do want to get a pulse from the board at some point to to say, are we in a position then to continue this discussion at an August 3rd board meeting? Do we want to bring it into just first reading at an August 3rd board meeting, or are we just not there yet? And we could take it as far as adopting after the first reading if we really felt strongly about it. But again, I don't want to rush this board, but I do want to get a pulse from you on how quickly you want to move on these things. But first things first, let's take a moment to really just digest what it is we're sharing with you. And if you had any ideas, the discussion can continue at that point. Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, Superintendent Andrade. Board members, you have before you a series of policies. We originally pulled 7 policies that we thought would be impacted by the changes we wanted to make. What ended up happening is we only ended up having to change 6 out of the 7. So what you'll have before you is 6 of the policies, not all 7 that were originally submitted to you. If we want to start off with the student interrogation, searches, and arrests, that's policy JIH. What you will see in here is I made some changes in here that put us more in line with the language that we did have in our IGA. It went into more specificity than the general policy that we had before. The spirit was there of basically our practice and what it is that we were trying to accomplish as far as protecting our students, but it was lacking in some areas. So for instance, what you will see is I've added information in here with regards to students with disabilities and what information we should be sharing with police officers that are coming to either interview or arrest those students. What you will also see is specificity as it relates to victim interviews conducted by DCS. That was lacking in our policy before. We do want to make a distinction that DCS has certain authorities that even police officers do not have. And so we want to make sure that our folks at schools are aware that there is a difference between having a DCS person in front of you versus having a police officer in front of you. And let me know if you have questions along the way, specific questions. I was going to go through this generally with you, but if you need me to go through any more detail with you, I'm happy to do that as well. If we move on to page 2, in addition to the interviews, we also put in there that we want those interviews conducted in a private setting. That was lacking in our policy before, even though again, it was part of our practice. We move on into searches. If you look at the first paragraph, it's really more of a paragraph that deals with our values and understanding that searches are, to some extent, an invasion of a student's privacy. And so we want to recognize that, and we want to recognize that we only do searches under certain circumstances. And those are further delineated in the policy. We've broken those down into specific kinds of searches. So we have, for instance, personal searches, locker and desk searches, automobile searches, computer searches, searches that are done through consent. And then, of course, we have an area that talks about seizing illegal materials from our students, as well as including the parental notification very, very clearly in the policy with regards to when we notify parents if we're going to be searching a student. Again, this very largely mirrors what was in the IGA with regards to student protections. I do want to point out one area that may be a little bit controversial. That is on page 3. If you go down 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs down, you will see a mention of strip searches on there. What we had in our old policy is that strip searches would be allowed to be conducted by administrators provided that they got consent from district legal counsel. I'm not comfortable with that. I don't think our administrators or anybody in our school personnel should be conducting strip searches. If you think differently, I'm happy to change that. But strip searches specifically are only to be done by law enforcement and under very specific situations as well, very limited situations. So it's not one of those things that would ever happen just willy-nilly if you want to do that. I will say I've been in education for about 13 years, and I've never had a situation where I've had a strip search. So, luckily, knock on wood. After the searches, we go into the area of arrests. Again, I incorporated language specifically from the IGA, including some of our value language about having arrests done outside of the public eye, it being done in a more private setting, ensuring that our principal or our principal's designee is notified prior to any arrest happening. And by the way, when it comes to searches as well as interviews, if they're being done by police, there's provisions in here now that are very specific that administration has to be contacted, the principal, their designee, or somebody else that, that is in charge of that area at the school. And then in addition to the language on our values and when it comes to arrests, I've also added the parental notification language. And then Clerk Napa, I remembered that you were talking about getting copies of search warrants and subpoenas if they're served. So I have included that language in there as well. So that is policy JIH. If there's any, does anybody have any questions on that one?
Just in general, as you go through all these, so do I understand correctly, the city of Phoenix did not approve the first draft that we sent to them? They adopted a modified version of that, but this is attempting to honor the language in our first draft by making changes in our policy, even though the city of Phoenix does not accept our policy.
That is correct. So I will tell you, part of our discussions with the city when we were negotiating the IGA was, well, our policy doesn't permit this, and our policy doesn't do that. And I'm like, you know what? We have policies too, and we can use that excuse as well. And so if you're not going to help us protect our kids, we'll set the rules on how to protect our kids that our staff will follow. If your police officer shows up at our campus and demands something, our staff now has something that they can lean on and say, our policy prevents it.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Moving on to Exhibit JIHEA, which is part of the student interrogation searches and arrests. This exhibit was very minimally changed. We had peace officers cited all over these policies. It doesn't make any sense to me. I realize it's sometimes used in statute, but it was distinguishing between peace officers, SROs, this and that. So I just called them all police officers because the rules apply whether you're an SRO, a police officer, a peace officer, or whoever you are, law enforcement. Moving on to Exhibit JIHEB. Again, this is one of the exhibits that we had attempted to attach to our IGA. The city did not want to include it in our IGA. It was already in our policy, so what the changes that I made on there are, again, changing peace officer to police officer, and then adding an area where a police officer would check off if they have instructed our administration not to contact the parent prior to interviewing the student. And again, this would only happen in the situation where it's going to jeopardize a police investigation or subsequent court proceeding. 9 out of 10 times, that is because the parent is involved in the actual crime that the police is investigating. Moving forward, is Regulation JLIE-R, that is Student Automobile Use and Parking. This was an independent regulation that exists in our policies. What I did here is because we had automobile searches included in the searches policy, I wanted to mirror the changes that were there, and so they are exactly mirrored into this policy, into this regulation as well. Moving forward to Student Records Regulation JR-R. This is the one that Superintendent Andrade was speaking of when it comes to student information and what we were giving up. And so if you turn to page 6, actually the bottom of page 5 is where it starts, where it says directory information. Under FERPA, if the board designates information as directory information, certain information, we are free to release that information. And we're free to release it outside of the consent of a parent unless that parent opts out of that. So what we've done here is some of this information is important for us to release to third parties for the benefit of our students, whether it be to a college or university or because they are, we're bragging about our kids and we're highlighting their academic or athletic achievements. And so in those instances, what I've done is I've taken the list of the items that we had, and if you notice, I put asterisks next to certain items.
Miss Eileen, I'm
Yes.
not seeing JR-R. I have oh, here it is, JR-R, and we're on page what?
We are on the bottom of page 5.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So there's asterisks next to certain items that are listed on there as directory items. And the reason is, if you look down on page 6, I have a note on there that that information is designated as directory information only under limited circumstances.
There we go. And I'm just going to say hooray, because this is one of the things that most school districts don't do, and this is genius.
Thank you. That is the major change in this policy. The only other change I made to the policy is we had an incorrect amount that we charge for copies. It said 35 cents. Our district charges 50 cents. So I wanted to make sure that that was consistent with what we actually charge. But that is the only change to this policy, but I will say it's a very significant change that makes a big impact on what information we're releasing on our kids. And then last is Exhibit JREB. This is the letter that we send out to parents for parents to opt out of us releasing directory information. Because we changed how we are releasing directory information, we needed to change the notification that went out to parents. And so the notification that's listed in in Exhibit JREB mirrors what I just went over in the student records policy itself. And that's really the extent of all the changes that we made to these policies. And of course, these are just a work in progress, so if you have additional changes or additional comments, we're happy to incorporate those.
I read in one of the student records documents that release of student information to military recruiters. Is that required that they just have access to it unless the parent family opt out?
Yes.
This is required by federal, no child left behind?
I'm sorry?
It's required by No Child Left Behind federal law?
Go ahead. Yeah, it's just federal law. It's not under No Child Left Behind, but yeah. I believe it's actually under FERPA as one of the exceptions.
Is there a justification or reason why this is a opt-out policy instead of an opt-in policy with the letter we send home to parents?
It's federal law.
The federal law says.
Yeah, under FERPA. We're required to send out this notification, and it's required to be an opt-out.
So they're automatically opted in unless they choose to opt out.
Right, which is why we have the extra protections now added into what we are considering directory information and who we release it to. No, you can take it with you.
JLIER, let me find it.
I think that's the automobile one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when students, I know students have a diminished capacity to consent to searches while on school grounds?
So it depends on the specific type of search. So if you go back to the searches policy, that's why you have different categories, whether it's a personal search versus an automobile search versus a locker search. So lockers, anything that we own, desks, those kind of things, we have an automatic right to search without the consent of the student because they are our property. With regards to cars, because it is a right, it is a privilege, not a right. We do have certain limited rights to search their vehicles. Specifically, if we see something, for instance, through a window that they may have left on on one of the seats. I almost said chair. Excuse me, in one of the seats, which has happened in the past before. That gives us that probable cause for us, that reasonable suspicion for us to be able to go in and search that vehicle.
But if something is in a trunk or glove compartment and it's locked, do we need a search warrant to go into that vehicle and get?
We would have to still have reasonable suspicion to be able to search that vehicle. So if something's in a trunk and we can't see it, unless we have a report from another student that, for instance, a student is showing this gun off or something that he's locked in, or he or she is locked in their trunk, then we wouldn't have that reasonable suspicion to search the vehicle.
Okay. And in the links that we were sent, again, JLIER, proper registration, valid driver's license, and looking to equity. I mean, undocumented students are unable to get a license, correct?
Correct, which means they wouldn't be
They would not be
permitted.
able to park on our campuses.
Well, they wouldn't be permitted to drive either, yeah.
And then again, to protections for undocumented students. Why do the police have to be notified, talking with the students first and find out their alternate solutions? I'm just concerned too about putting a student into ICE immigration system.
Can you tell me which section you're referring to?
Goodness. Let me see. In the link, it's in the first paragraph under registration, the last sentence. The authorizing school personnel will notify the law enforcement agency of the jurisdiction of the school within 1 hour of the time the vehicle is moved or towed.
We can certainly take that out.
And our security staff, are they monitoring the parking lots for stickers or registration, anything like that? Does that happen on a regular basis?
Clerk Napa, members of the board, I know that safety assistants are assigned to parking lots. I think that their primary goal is to ensure no one gets hit. Everybody's behaving in a orderly fashion, especially right at that time of dismissal or right at that time of arrival when things get a little tense, that the students' cars are parked appropriately in their spots. We do not send safety assistants to look in windows. We do not send them, they don't even park consistently in the same spot, which really blew my son away. I remember him saying, you get assigned a spot in some schools, and that's your spot. And, he said it's just kind of first come, first serve. And so it is my understanding that I don't believe that there are routine checks for this, but I can certainly follow up and get back to you on that. I think it's really more about the conduct and the traffic flow in the parking lots. Yeah, I don't even know that they even use tow trucks or anything like that, just warnings.
Yeah, that was surprising that your car could get towed if not registered, because I know just as someone growing up in a household where the lights weren't always on, a vehicle getting registered wasn't a priority, right? And taking away a family vehicle or a student's vehicle could devastate financially, right?
Nope. And I will say to your point, again, in my experience, anytime there has been something involving a vehicle search, it has been as a result of a student leaving something on the seat or another student reporting. It's not usually that somebody's just roaming through the parking lot looking through windows. Yeah.
So for my understanding, we were provided these links to review. We now have the red line version of this. We can sit with this and then take action at a future board meeting. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so moving us along then, Clerk Napa, members of the board, would you like to bring these policies for a future discussion at August 3rd? Do you want us to prepare red line in addition to any comments that come in between now and next week for a first reading? Again, it is just a first reading. We can still adapt and modify. That's why there's multiple readings. But again, I don't want to feel like we're rushing anything. So if you prefer it go till September, we can also do that.
Okay, and the red line copies, are the public going to be also, is this going to be uploaded to school board docs or board docs?
Do you want to take that?
Or-
Yeah, yes, anytime that we do any policy changes, those changes have to be highlighted for the public so that they know what we're changing in the policies.
I think a first read sounds like it makes sense. That way the public has time to review the proposed changes and then potentially adopt in September. But I also kind of taking what AJ mentioned earlier, in the, like 14 days ahead was the videos. Like when I joined the board, I was pushing to like get board agendas out 7 days before, but I think the sooner we can get stuff out for people to digest, if there is community input to read and come and give public comment, is one of my values. So sooner we can get the board agenda out for August would make me feel more comfortable.
August 3rd is also before, it's the week before school is in session, right? Do we need these in place before the school year actually starts?
And Clerk Napa, members of the board, normally I would have diverted it to September because policy reads can, sometimes we're ahead of the curve on a policy change. Sometimes it doesn't have a huge impact. Given that these are around student protections and that school is starting and a lot can happen in the month of August, again, I understand where Member Marquez is, it's values to give the notice, but it's also our values to protect our students. So in this particular instance, I wonder if we should go ahead with a first read. If you want to adopt it August 3rd, we have that ability. If you feel like the public comment or, you want to take a minute and take some more in before the second read, you can always do that as well. It's your show, so.
And maybe I've misread a different policy that we have. I thought whenever we do policy changes, there has to be a month or at least 2 meetings between, presenting the updated policy and then providing feedback from the board or the superintendent and then adopting a new policy or an updated policy.
And I could be wrong, but I believe that is traditionally what we do is a first read, a second read adoption. But I do know that you can adopt on the first read if it's urgent. It's just not typical.
The other thing is there's a difference between regulations, policy, and exhibits, and so they all have different requirements as far as how many readings they need. But even the ones that would normally require 2 readings, you can waive them.
Is this a regulation? Oh, this is a regulation, not a policy.
There's regulations, exhibits, and policy in here.
I think the policy I'm referring to is about policy adoption, which requires the 2 meetings, if I read it correctly.
You can go quicker, and I would not let a policy, something like that, dissuade you when you have information. If you if there's a need to adopt sooner to make sure that protections are in place for students, that seems to be a very legitimate reason to not comply with your general 2 policy read. Most of the policy reads that you do are required by statute. So I'll just be honest, most of your policies when you review them, they're already statutorily required. So it's not like, oh, hey, if we don't adopt this for 2 times, we don't have to comply with it. A lot of your policy basically is just a restatement of the statutes. This is something different. And so if you feel like it needs to be in place before school for student protections, then I'd say go for it.
Thanks.
Okay, so it sounds like we will take the red line versions and upload them to board docs for a first read, and if you want to adopt at that point, we could have potential action around that policy and discussion even. If anything else should come up, please outreach to myself or Ms. Fernandez for any questions, clarity, or additional catches. Again, we can always let good work and modify it to perfect at another time if we miss a deadline. So that was really all I had, but if there are any other questions,
Yeah, when can the public expect this to be online? End of business or on Monday? It is Friday.
It's a week before. The week before,
You have to
right?
publish the whole agenda.
7 days before is how we've been publishing the.
yeah, so probably by the end of next week.
Okay.
The only other thing is, let's just make sure on the agenda that we make it clear. I don't want to use first read because that will anticipate potential second read, so let's make it very clear that the board.
Adoption.
Adoption, potential adoption, something like that, because otherwise I'm afraid that it'll signal to the public that there's going to be a second read.
Thank you. Closing comments? You guys are too easy. Okay. I am going to conclude that, and next on the agenda, I think, is, you're going to,
Yeah.
Clerk Napa?
7.a, requests for future agenda items. Members, are there any items you would like to recommend to be considered for future board meeting agendas? Are you a member?
I'm definitely not a board member.
Well, I guess, I know we kind of went to that last agenda item, but I thought AJ was going to give us some feedback on sort of how we went through that process of reviewing that policy before we transition to the next agenda item.
Are we, okay?
Is that okay to go backwards, Lynn?
We can, in that instance, in this instance, it's on the agenda as board processes for accomplishing. So if the board would like to do that, I think it's absolutely fine to kind of circle back.
Okay. So we're going to circle back to board processes for accomplishing priorities and goals with feedback from our guest.
So the underlying question is, what is the value that the board is trying to protect with this?
Protections for students when interacting with law enforcement in searches, I guess. I think specifically with law enforcement interactions for our students.
Yeah. You see similar, or do you see something different?
The underlying value is protecting the rights of our students during law enforcement engagement.
Absolutely. And so then one of the things the board constantly has to wrestle with is this, you've got a lot of people who live here. And so if we have a conversation about what are the values of the community, and you go out and you do that listening, you're going to hear a lot of different ideas. And so one of the challenges the board has is if you go out and ask people, what should the goals be, you'll hear 100 different goals. But my recommendation is you have somewhere between 1 and 5. In general, I recommend 3. Similarly, when you go out and listen for the values of the community, you say, what are the guardrails we should adopt? What are the non-negotiable values that, as a board, we should prioritize? And you're going to hear hundreds of different things. My coaching is that you adopt somewhere between 1 to 5, ideally no more than 3. So the next question that you have to wrestle with is this particular issue one of the top 3 to 5 community values that has to be honored? If you think of all the different potential community values that could be lifted up, the question becomes, is this one of the top 3 to 5 that would come up if you went out and did community listening? And so obviously you don't know that because you haven't done the community listening, but based on your own assertion, well, what'd you think?
To the board, have we done this community listening because we had a 7-month safety committee that I was on? Board member Hernandez was on part of that. It was also, we had faculty, we had staff, and we had students and parents. So, you know, do we do additional community listening on this, or do we defer back to that community-led group and their findings and the report?
So was that group pulled together? So was your process, hey, what are the most important values we need to focus on, and this is what they came up with, so you formed a group around it, or you said, here's an important issue, who wants to be involved in this?
Here's the issue, and the board appointed people to.
Got it. So I'm not questioning whether or not this is an important issue. What I'm questioning is, has the board gone out and said, community, what are the top priorities that we should be focused on for the next 3 to 5 years? And it sounds like that is not the question you asked. If you'd asked that, this may have surfaced up as one of the top 5. I'm saying I don't know that. I'm suspecting you don't know that, only because that's not the question you asked. So is it something important? That goes without saying. But is it one of the top 5 that the community would have identified? I don't think we know that. So let's stipulate for a moment that it is. If this is one of the top 5 most important values that has to be protected, what all would you want in place to make sure that it's being protected over time? Like, what type of things would you want to be measuring on a regular basis to know that this value is being honored? Any ideas? How would you know whether or not this value is being honored? It's not enough for the superintendent just to, and staff to assert that it is. How would you measure? How would you know that this value is being honored?
Well, I think a big first step is putting it in writing and changing the policy. So we have it in writing to say that these are the guardrails.
Yeah, so first you need an actual guardrail around
Yeah.
it. So you need a policy that is in writing, and that's what your goals and guardrails are. They're policies that you write down. So
Yeah.
that is usually right. That's the first step. Then what?
I think having some sort of metrics of measurements every school year or every quarter or every semester to say, okay, what were the interactions with law enforcement and did we follow the policy?
Absolutely. So what you don't want to do, if it is a top priority of the community, you don't want to wait around and hope that it works out. What you want to do is you want to have a system of metrics in place that you can be receiving reports on throughout the cycle. You don't have to even wait till the end of the cycle, but we're receiving reports on throughout the cycle to give you some insights into whether or not the community's values are actually being honored. And even if you can't think of measures right now, know that that is what you would want, that your job of honoring the community's values is incomplete if you don't have a way of measuring proactively, are the values being honored? The last thing you want to do as a board is wait until they are demonstrably not being honored and then take action. You'd want evidence throughout the process that they are in fact being honored. And so that's one of the other key reasons that you would want to have goals and guardrails in place is because the next step in that process is you have to identify a set of interim metrics that are what are we going to use to monitor throughout the cycle. Remember we talked about inputs, outputs, and outcomes. Well, your goals and guardrails are the outcomes. One of them is student outcomes, the other is adult outcomes. But those outputs, those measures knowable in the middle of the cycle, you need to identify what are outputs that are most aligned to these particular outcomes. And then those will be what we track on a regular basis. We're not going to wait until bad things happen. We're going to monitor in the midst to see are these early indicators of honoring our vision and values, are they telling us that we're moving in the right direction, the wrong direction? And so that is the one other distinction, is it doesn't sound like you all have that. And so my fear for you is in the absence of having that type of metrics, essentially as a board, you will write something down, and then the next time you will know whether or not it worked is when something doesn't work. That is not the way that you want to go about honoring the values of your community. You want to have some evidence that we're actually getting better at honoring them throughout along the journey, not just evidence at the end that we failed to honor them. Questions or comments about that? Why you would have these interim metrics that that you would look at throughout the cycle, not just wait to see at the end or wait until something goes wrong. Any other questions about why we would have what we call interim goals and interim guardrails? Any questions about that? So for each goal, our coaching would be that you'd adopt 3 interim goals. These are these output metrics that you can track along the way. For each guardrail, we'd say that you're going to need 3 interim guardrails. These are these output metrics that you can track along the way. Questions about having these interim metrics? You know, staff, board, questions about that? Yeah.
So as we're, looking at red line policies or regulations, I've seen other model policies where you actually write out the guardrails and the metrics, the measures of performance and what you're measuring along the way. So that's in writing, this is what the board should receive quarterly.
Yes. So if you follow the approach that I'm recommending, you absolutely would write all of that down so it would be very clear in one place, very obvious, not hidden, not obfuscated. Here are the metrics that we'll be looking at and monitoring so that we will know if the community's vision is being accomplished, the community's values are being honored. Absolutely. That should be written down. It should not be held in someone's head somewhere, but it should be clear and easy for people to find. And then you'll have a calendar where you will identify, on this month, we're going to be monitoring these pieces, on this month, we're going to monitor these pieces, on this month, so you can predict exactly when each month for the next several years we'll be looking at which piece of data. Other questions about this?
Clerk Napa, members of the board, my question is, do those unpacking, key performance, whatever you want to
Yeah.
call them, the outputs, does that go into like an operational procedure, or does that actually get written into the policy? Because data and metrics can change, and I could just be old school. I always thought policy was a little bit more broad, and then as you get down to exhibits, regulations, or operational procedures, then you get into the meat and potatoes of it. So that's just my question and my learning curve. So.
Yes, so both of them have to be written down. Yes. The board is responsible for the goals and the guardrails. The superintendent is responsible for the interim goals and the interim guardrails. So our coaching is the board adopts the goals and guardrails and writes them down in its policy manual. The superintendent adopts the interim goals and interim guardrails and writes them down in the regulations manual. So in my district, both the policies and the regulations associated with those policies are basically in the same location, so it's easy for people to find. But they do have 2 different owners. The regs are owned by staff, the policies is owned by the board. But they're both written down in the same spot so everybody can see them. They're not hard to find.
But both have, whether they're goals or guardrails, there's metrics.
For both, that's correct.
Policy and in the regulations.
You have to interim goals for the goals, interim guardrails for the guardrails. That's correct. And the interim goals and the interim guardrails are SMART as well. They're specific, measurable, attainable, results-focused, time-bound. So you're not subject to, I wonder if our values, community's values are being honored. You have some type of evidence that gives you insight into whether or not the values are being honored along the way. You don't have to ask for the data because you have a calendar that says, here's exactly when we're going to get this update, here's exactly when we're going to get this update. It's constantly coming to the board on the timeline that the board has designed.
And you recommend 3 to 5 goals, and 3 is your recommendation. But is there a limit on number of guardrails?
3 to 5.
So also 3 to 5 guardrails
Yep.
that we're setting for the. Okay.
The challenge here is you are setting priorities.
Yeah.
So does that mean you will cover every single thing that's important?
No.
No, you absolutely by design will not. So it's on the board to do the hard intellectual heavy lifting. This is why listening to the community is so vital, because you have to get some clarity of what are the things that are the most important. What are the priorities? In fact, even the word priority is a bit of a misnomer. And the original conception of the word priority was actually singular. Like over time it's become plural. It used to be priority. When you think about it, there could only be one priority. One, right. It makes sense there's only one. We've come to, expand on that and say, well, we have multiple priorities. But even the idea of multiple priorities seems a little bit sus. What we recommend is, that you're going to have priorities around the goals, around the community's vision, and priorities around the community's values. But we'd say have preferably 1 of 3, definitely no more than 5 of each. And so that by design, on day one, you understand that you are going to anger and piss people off. Why do you know that if you follow the coaching I'm offering, you are automatically going to anger people?
We'll be interrupting their comfort.
Yeah, like there are things that I want. And so when I run up on you in the grocery store, I say, hey, do you have a goal around the thing that I care about most? Do you have a guardrail around the thing that I care about most? There's a benefit to the board from having 50 goals. What's the benefit to the board of having 50 goals? Yeah, everybody's happy. Look, folks, here's the reality. You live in a resource-constrained environment. Were that not so, then I could give you different advising. But in a resource-constrained environment, you do, in fact, harm your students if you don't clarify what the priorities are, because then we'll just spread the money around whatever sounds important on Twitter this week. If you actually want to have the biggest impact for students in a resource-constrained environment, you have to identify the priorities. And the narrower the set, the more you can accomplish. The way I think of this is, so like I said, I'm in Texas, so this always works. It may not work here. Who here drives the biggest truck? Anybody here drive a truck? Okay, so I'm clearly not in Texas. So it works every time. Works every time. Stephanie, you're a truck driver? Close enough.
I am not.
We're going to call your SUV a truck. How many miles per gallon does your truck get?
25, 30.
20? Yeah, that's definitely not a truck. Okay, so 25 miles per gallon. So if we've got one of Stephanie's trucks and we put a gallon of gas in it, how far will that truck be able to go? 25 miles. If we have 5 of Stephanie's trucks and we take that gallon of gas and we distribute it equally among the 5 trucks, how far will they be able to go? If we have 25 of Stephanie's trucks and we divide that gallon of gas evenly among the 25, we put that gas, how far will each of them be able to go? Probably not. They might not even start. Why not? It might not even be enough fuel to initiate combustion. You want to be clear about this. You could have all of the priorities you want. You ain't gonna have enough gas to come out the parking lot. This is the challenge that you face. This is what it means to be in a resource-constrained environment, is that you only have a gallon of gas. You, the board, get to choose how many trucks we choose to put that gallon into. If you choose somewhere between 1 to 5 gallons trucks, then they'll be able to go somewhere. Well, the more trucks you pick, the decreasing likelihood that they will ever go anywhere. And you will have 25 shiny trucks in the parking lot. And you'll be able to tell people, hey, look at my trucks. And people's like, hey, do you have a truck for me? Yes, I do. They ain't going nowhere. Now remember, all of your children are in the bed of this particular truck. If it works for you that they just sit in the driveway going nowhere, then by all means have 25 trucks. If you actually want them to go someplace, you're going to have to choose fewer than that. We recommend between 1 and 3. I can point to a board that picked one goal. They took the whole priority thing literally. They adopted one goal. And then they handed it off to the superintendent and said, this is your job. Accomplish this one goal. And to be fair, it took them 7 years. They had to re-up this goal it took them 7 years, but at the end of 7 years, they actually accomplished the goal for the first time. And the next year, they accomplished it and accomplished it again. Here was the goal. This is a smaller district in West Texas. The goal was we want to increase the percentage of students graduating high school with an associate's degree from 10% to 90% by this date. It took them 7 years. It was the first time they crossed the 90% threshold of the percentage of their students graduating high school with an associate's degree. And the following year, they had 92%, and then they maintained it. I haven't actually checked back post. I'm assuming it dropped off entirely during the pandemic. I have to check back in and see if they've gotten back online since post-pandemic. But before the pandemic, they were rocking and rolling. But they picked one goal. Now start to imagine what are some of the things that they had to do differently to honor that one goal.
Yeah, one of the things, it sounds like they may have adopted the 4DX model, which Maricopa Community Colleges, all of our community colleges are actually doing, and it's to choose a super goal. And then your work is focused on how do we reach that super goal.
Yeah.
And you have that work outside of your, what they call the whirlwind.
The whirlwind, the day-to-day stuff.
Everything
Yeah.
else. And so
Because you can't forget everything else.
you can't forget everything else, but you also need to super focus on this
Yeah.
super important goal.
That's right. The wildly important goal.
Wild, it's a wig.
Yeah.
It's a wig.
That's exactly what they did. If you talk to that superintendent, here's what he'd tell you. The only way we could possibly get to the point where 90% or more of our students were graduating high school with their associate's degree, drum roll, we had to redesign the pre-K experience and every grade level after that. The only way we could get there is we had to decide exactly what does it take to accomplish that by 12th grade, and then back map that all the way. And we had to completely redesign our pre-K experience. Otherwise, there was no way we had time in order to get to the point where 90%. Like, if you just want 50-50, you don't have to do all that. But if you want 90%, we had to redesign the entire system. There's some other ridiculous things that they did. Football went away. West Texas, even worse. Football went away. The resources that they were using on that is like, if we're gonna get there, we need every penny we got. And the football went away and said, we got to apply these in order to get there. I mean, they radically changed everything in pursuit of that which they defined as wildly important. If they had had 5 goals, I'm asserting for you right now, they would have never gotten there. The goal was just too grand. It was too grand of a goal. Now, if they had picked a smaller goal, they said we want to go from 10%, to 35%. I think they could have gotten there with 3 or 4 or 5 goals. But they wanted 90%. For that one goal is, I think, the only way they could have possibly gotten there. If they had picked multiple goals, I think they would have spread the resources among too many trucks. And so that's the other thing you want. If you want your kids to go 25 miles, you only get one. In Stephanie's truck, you only get one goal. If you've got a distance 5 miles down the road that you want for them, you could have 5 different goals. And so that's the way to think about it, is how far do they need to go, how quickly, and then that determines how many different trucks, as a board, we can afford to prioritize and still get them there. I loved hearing this example. I didn't realize the community college had taken that approach.
Yeah, and that's one thing that's been really, so I work at Glendale Community College, and I work with high school students who are taking classes, and we scholarship them for our college. One of the things that I think that would be really helpful for me in my school board role here is to actually have that outlined, because Glendale Community College has a strategic plan, and it's publicly available. It's a 4-page document. I mean, it's got like our missions and visions and everything, but the overall super goal is to increase completion with equity from 23% to 33% by fall 2024.
That's what I'm talking about.
Underneath that, we have 3 strategic goals, and under each strategic goal, we have lead indicators and measures. So as a part of my team in early outreach, we had a meeting, and as staff and as a team, we picked one of these strategic goals and for us to actually focus on. Wasn't the one that I thought we should do, but it was the one that the team thought that was going to be most effective. And I think implementing that for our team, so our goal is to have 80% student contact.
Yeah.
Because in the past, we were only outreaching to about 17%, and that 17% were the students that were in the most distress. Probation, they're not meeting their goals, they're gonna flunk out. And we were largely ignoring the students that were either doing well, doing okay, I should say.
Yeah.
And then those who were reaching out to us because they were super students. They had goals, they wanted help, they wanted all this. And so we were reaching two ends of the spectrum.
But
and
not the middle.
largely ignoring the majority of
Yeah.
our students. So as a team, we've been reaching 90%, 92, 97, and
yes.
that's a semester. That's a semester goal. So
So this is what I love about the work. By the way, 40X, if you're not familiar with it, is required. If you choose to go down this journey, 40X will be required reading.
4DX is the four disciplines of excellence.
And it's by the folks from Franklin Covey, 4 Disciplines of Execution, that talks about what are the rules that are necessary to actually implement things. And they would suggest to you there are rules to implement the things that are wildly important, 4 of them to be precise. 40X is a large part of the intellectual impetus behind the development of this student outcomes focused approach, is how do we lift up the wildly important, and then how do we build the aligned system of metrics so that people, and what you described, that when people understand what are we trying to accomplish, and that it's measurable, people begin behaving differently because now they can track, are we actually winning or losing for children? Is what we're doing actually aligned to winning for children or not? And in the absence of the metrics, we all just make it up. You have no way to know. But with the metrics in place, then we could say, no, we're all moving in the same direction to accomplish this for our kids.
Yeah. And just, anecdotally, we are seeing students, it's incremental, it's a trickle. Pre-pandemic, we were retaining so many students. Post-pandemic, it was like staunching the bleeding of attrition.
Yeah.
And I think now we are actually seeing this fall semester, we saw a double increase in our students who decided to stay at Glendale Community College. Because ultimately, that's my job and my team's job is to retain our students at Glendale Community College.
Yeah.
And so it was nice to see that. It was also nice to see that our students were actually passing their classes.
Amen, amen, amen.
Yeah.
And the desire of my heart is a few years from now, the same testimony you have for the community college is the testimony you'll have for this school system. That the board has said, here's what our community demands, here's their vision, here's their values, here's the evidence that we have chosen to track that tells us that we are getting there, and that we've actually seen a difference make. I'll close out with just this story. It's a story that's also in the book, so if you read that, you'll hear it again. We had this roughly the same conversation we've had today. I had with another board a number of years back, and as a result, they were on fire for it. And they said, you know what, we've got to do this. And so they did the work. They adopted some goals. They adopted some guardrails. They started monitoring. One of the things that was important in that particular community was career technical education. CTE education was super important to them, and it had basically been flatlined for the last 5 years. And so one of their goals, not surprisingly, was about career technical education. And they adopted this really aggressive 5-year goal. 2 years after we start this work, the board chair calls me one day. He says, AJ, I just felt moved. I had to call and let you know I just received the report that we adopted this goal 2 years ago. This 5-year goal, we adopted it 2 years ago. And the day has just come back, and we've already hit it. And then you hear, I heard as I'm listening on the phone call, I can hear kind of this crack in his voice, and there's this sense of emotion and a sense of mourning that starts to come through. This man has just given me some powerful news. Why is he sad? Oh no, it was a pretty big goal. Why is he sad? Why is there a sense of mourning in his voice as he tells me this? No. He says, I've been on this board for over a decade. We didn't change the amount of money that we had. We didn't change the teachers, didn't change the students, didn't change the families, didn't change the neighborhood, didn't change the buildings, didn't change the curriculum. The thing that changed is we got clear about what was important. We adopted a goal, and then we monitored progress toward it every month. And in the course of 2 years, what we thought was nearly impossible in 5 is already done. Why was he sad? Because all of the other students who I've served while I've been here could have gotten the same thing if we had changed our adult behavior sooner. The only thing standing between what they got and what they deserved was us as a board. We didn't behave in a way that gave it to them. This is not the story that I want for you. I want the story that you just offered. The story of this is what it looks like for an organization to actually drive changes that are meaningful for children. As we come to the end of our time together, I want to harvest the learning, and I want to do it in a couple ways. First, I just want to start, it will start at this end of the table. We'll work our way around, then we'll grab the people on Zoom. The first way I want to harvest the learning is I want to give you a chance to offer one word. If you could only use one word to sum up our experience today, is sum up what you got or what you'll take away from the conversation. We started by doing a quiz. We talked about inputs, outputs, outcomes, adult outcomes, student outcomes, goals about student outcomes. We talked about guardrails, the goals representing the vision, the guardrails representing the values. We talked about agendas and looking at what's aligned and what's not aligned and what might we keep, delete, or modify. We talked about what it looks like to monitor progress and the impact it might make. Now as we come to the end of our time together, if you could only use one word to sum up our conversation, sum up what you got or what you'll take away from our time together, if you could only use one word to sum up our time together in this conversation, what would that one word be? One.
I have 3.
One.
I'll go for clarity.
Clarity, yeah. Focus. Clarity.
Synergy.
Synergy.
Opportunity.
Opportunity. Enlightenment.
Focus.
Focus.
Authenticity.
Authenticity on the Zoom. If you could only use one word, what would that one word be?
Jennifer?
All right, they might jump back on. What will you take away as our way of closing out and harvesting the learning day? What will you take away from our time together today? Not limited to one word. What will you take away? Who will be the first to share?
That less can be more,
Yeah,
with the example of the less goals can actually have a greater impact.
yeah. Less can be more. Yeah, what will you take away from our time together today?
I was going to say homework. I mean, I think we all have some homework to do. And I think that, the community engagement is our homework, and figuring out how do we do that authentically as board members and not sort of out as individual elected officials trying to figure it out and do our best.
Yeah. Anyone else? What will you take away from our time together today?
I'll go. I've worked with this board for a long time, and I think they've always had amazing vision, but I think this will help them really harness that vision. And I think there's an incredible opportunity here to really focus on helping more students.
Yeah. Like I very much see the same thing. My sense of the board is not, a lot of times I get called in because everything has fallen apart, and like I literally have had to stand between board members to keep them from fighting in a public meeting. The video's out there. Yeah, that's frequently when I get called in. That is not the situation here. The situation here is a board that's saying we're already here at this level, and what we're curious about is what is that next level of greatness on behalf of the students we serve. And so absolutely, this idea that we have a board that is functioning, but is it really functioning at a level that will really allow it to exemplify all that that our students require?
We just lost our quorum. So that is going to, unless Jennifer she just dropped right at the end. So unless we're going to have to stop our board meeting now.
With that, Madam Acting Chair, back to you.
So Lynn, that means we can't go to 7A, request for future items?
We cannot.
Okay,
So
so
we can't have any
7B, motion
discussion.
to adjourn?
Yes.
All right. Having concluded our business, is there a motion to adjourn?
Well, I'm going to actually modify. We're just adjourned.
Okay, awesome.
Because we can't even take any action, so we're just adjourned.
Thank you.